operation kyekintu ng'ate operation za URSB sizabula bigamba nti zikosa abantu bo wabulwa era abantu bwe bajja ne babeeyimirira ne bababuulirira ne bategeera emitango n'ekigambo ekyokusaanyawo ebikyamu baba bakoze ogenda okwanga n'abadde akigezaako alekeraawo.
Amanya Kanyesijezaamu ndi director mu company ya Kangaroo Brands Uganda Limited fe abakola ekyokunywa kye bayita Kampako bwe tawandisa company ne tuwandisa ne business name oba trademark kati bwe babawo omuntu nga kucupula aba URSB obabuulira ne bajja ne bakuyamba mwezi ensonga kubanga nabo bagwanyisa abantu abakola ebicupuli.
And note, in case you are a complainant, it is very important that when we call on you to come and act as a witness in the court, please be available because you are our first witness, since you're the one who recorded the case file with us. Then operations commence. That is when we go to the field, and you've most times seen us doing operations with the enforcement team who are inspectors of URSB and police officers from Territorial Command all over the country. From there, that can always assist us to properly conclude and have a successful prosecution. Most of our cases, when concluded, most exhibits that we recover, exhibits may include documents, they can include samples, either if it's posho, like recently we just concluded destruction of over 9 tons of posho, which was very successful because that was a trademark infringement. Our main aim is to make sure that all these exhibits that we recover do not go back to the field.
Akatale kafe bwe kesala twagezaako okukwatagana n'abayo RSB mostly aba enforcement fefe taabo abali batucupula good chance abamu twabakwata abamu bakyaliyo abe bakwata babatwala mu kooti ate kooti tusuubira bajja kuvaayo ekintu ekiramu kubanga exhibits babakwata nazo abali bacupula bakendeera akatale kafe kaddamu ne kakwatayo kati oluusi abantu abamu bibatawaanya okwawula ebicupuli n'ebituufu. Akacupa kaffe kaliko ekigambo Kampako wano, ekigambo ekyo Kampako, ate niyo kasaanikira nako twateekako ekigambo Kampako. Baganda bange ba director mwenna we muli abakola omulimu guno nange gwenkola ate nga mwaregisteringa ne URSB muyina edembe bwe wawo obuzibu bwonna mu kubacupula muyina edembe obuyinza okugenda ku URSB level 6 aba enforcement we batuula n'obabulira ensonga zo ne bajja ne bakuyamba. Nsiima nnyo aba URSB kubanga munzize engulu abaana badde batumalawo.
Motherland, Uganda. She is amongst the fastest growing entrepreneurial economies in the world, perhaps first in Africa. With a list of population growth close to 48.5 million people currently, out of the above mentioned percentage, 50% commonly draws under informal sector, which promotes different professionalism, skilled labor, and technically emerging business entities all around. Oh yes, many kick off immediately every single day, with or without legal permission. But here is what, when, and why we need to register our intellectual properties with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau for the rightful business operation. It is easy now, online or at our offices, URSB, Georgia House.
Now, there are very many types of intellectual property that are registered with URSB, but the ones that we enforce are predominantly two. That is trademark infringement and copyright infringement. When it comes to patent infringement, it's not criminal in nature, so we usually advise our clientele to seek legal redress in courts of law. Now, when it comes to enforcing IP rights, it is the owner of that right that has the responsibility to enforce his or her right. So he or she has to keep an eye on the market to ensure that his product is not infringed upon.
My name is Joan Semanda Chiza. I'm the PR and Communications Manager for MultiChoice Uganda, which is the parent company for DSTV and GoTV here in Uganda. In March 2021, following the COVID-19 pandemic, and because of an increased access to internet, we noticed that there was a lot more accessibility to content in a form of piracy and abuse of copyright. At the time, we reported this to the URSB, specifically the enforcement unit, and they were very helpful in assisting us. We had a case with the Kenyan national called Kevin Ouko, who was selling live streaming access codes to customers in Uganda. And these customers were going in and watching content, a lot of which was what we at MultiChoice Uganda consider premium content. To date, that customer has been reprimanded in the courts of law for his actions. This is one example of a story that we've worked with the URSB, that they have really helped us to curb piracy, especially towards MultiChoice Uganda.
We also support prosecution of opened up case files that are sent to the court.
The URSB is here to support you in the fight against copyright infringement and the fight against piracy. I urge you to reach out to them and take action against these injustices.
The Managing Director, Kakoza John Bosco, Wakako Home of Spices. Ngabe mulaba wano ene branding yaffe era yawandiisibwa era tutte ekiseera nga gitukozesa era abakoppa bagezaako kwefaanaanyiriza awalikako abalala ne bassaako maro, abalala ne bassaako mite, abalala ne bassaako karo, abalala ne bassaako rio, naye nga akabonero basigala beegezaako kugira ki okwefaanaanyiriza. Kati abakoppa ebyabwe biba ku mutindo gwa wansi, abasuubuzi abasinga baagala nnyo ebintu ebya layisi. Bwe bafuna ebikyamu complaint zidda waffe, ffe ne tulumba akatale bwe twalumbanga akatale okusooka ne tugezaako okolagananga ne poliisi ne flying squad. Kati twagenda okunzika nga ate ffe tuli baavu. Kaakati ku bantu abamu abakwatibwanga waabangawo ngeri ya semina nga tukyali mu kwekweto ne babuuza musobola okukola ebyammwe tanti kano ke katambula. Baga no tewali kitasobola kutambula nga gwe wadde n'okola ki. Ne bababuuza nti mumanyi ono yatandikira kano ke katambula bo nga kibalemerako. Kaakati nga tebamanyi n'ekifo gye balaga. Kati bwe twaddangayo gye bavudde oluusi nga bamaze obbakwata effemu baafunanga okwemulugunya nga baga kampani eyebuza abantu naye ffe twabayitangamu ne tubanyonnyola nti bantu bakwatibwa bwe bati lwansi nti lwaki okwata abasuubuzi tugaa nti mmwe kennyini mwe muzibira abasuubuzi bennyini bawagira abantu abo bagira ki abakoppa bo bennyini ne babafandinga.
Amanya gange nze Lubega Nasuro nga nze nkola akanzaali ka Luse. Nakwatibwa nga ntunda nali nsuubula obunzaali obwa kampuni endala ne mbutunda ne nkwatibwa ne nsalawo ne bandeeta ku URSB nga nvunaanibwa okutunda obunzaali bwe samanya nti tebwali mu makubo matuufu naye mu ekyo naweebwa amagezi aba URSB ne baŋŋamba nsobola okukola ekintu ekyange kubanga nali nnyina obumanyirivu mu kyo ne nsalawo ne nkola kampuni yange nali natya emabega yonna olw'ensonga nti nga process ya registration nje njitya ndaba mpanvu nnyo nga ndanga atasobola kisobola naye bannyambako ne ndigesitaringa kampuni yange akanzaali akange era nga nkakolera ku mutindo ogwo waggulu kuba nafuna obumanyirivu eri abantu.
We start investigations of that matter. Through that investigation, that is when we capture the complainant's name, the address, which is also very vital, and then the details of the complaint that has been sent to the Bureau through the Registrar General.
Copyright protects what is created in the arts. It's called the soft economy because most of the goods that are traded in copyright are intangible goods. They cannot be felt, but actually they are highly consumable goods. Now, copyright as a system has to be created in a society, it has to be enforced, and it has to be institutionalized. Uganda has an advantage in copyright, or an absolute advantage over other countries, for one reason, that we have a young population that is extremely creative in everything, in music, in film, in apps, in theater. The young generation just keeps on creating. So because of that, then it remains an obligation of us, the
believe the information that we will dispense today and learn is important for all of us. My name is Stephen Barievuga. I'm a Senior Communications and Media Relations Officer at the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Later on, one of my colleagues will take you through what we do. But at this moment, allow me to welcome you in all your respective capacities and to assure you that the engagement that we'll have today will be beneficial. You're not walking out of here the same person. While we wait for the representative from the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, we have a short program. We were meant to start at exactly 8 and go all the way to midday where we would have lunch. But we're running behind schedule. So at this point, allow me invite Mr. Medi Kagwa of the Uganda Communications Commission to give us his opening remarks, at which he will also give us a bit more information of why we are here today.
Thank you, Stephen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would want to welcome you all to this broadcasting workshop on copyright. All protocol observed. Let me start by thanking Mouth Choice Uganda Limited for spearheading, sponsoring, and urging us as regulators, that's UCC and URSB, on the need to sensitize and educate key stakeholders regarding the requirements and obligations of the Copyright and Neighboring Right Acts. I also want to thank all stakeholders that kept time. I can see in the room we have representatives of NAB, RUBA, various CEOs and management of different media houses, both TV and radio. I can see we also have representation from the Uganda Police Force. You're all very welcome to this workshop. The Uganda Communications Commission, as we all know, is a regulator of communication services. That allows us to do very many things. We license, we supervise, we monitor, we control, and we regulate many communication services. Most importantly for broadcasters, technology has changed. Before, broadcasters were providing online information, but recently they are also an outlet, an exhibition platform for both audio and visual works. The audio and visual works, some of them is in-house produced. Most of it comes from independent producers, be it music, be it programs, be it sports, etc. And those producers, independent producers, are protected by the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Acts of 2006. We have provisions and the terms and conditions we sign with our licensees, and in them there is a clause that you will comply with all laws in Uganda. And the Copyright and Neighboring Act is one of the laws that broadcasters are expected to comply with. In partnership with URSB and other stakeholders, we have consistently and continuously engaged stakeholders, including broadcasters. We have told them the obligations and the need to support these independent producers, because we need to stop looking at it individually and start looking at the creative sector as a creative economy. For all of us to survive, even the people that create the content need to earn from it and their works be protected. Today, I hope we can learn how broadcasters themselves can protect their work, can be protected from competition in areas or in fields where they have exclusivity when they get the content, when they do buy the content, how they can enjoy protection of their works, while at the same time understanding the obligation towards the owners of the works that they use as part of their programming. This is very important. We as UCC, we have been accused over time. Everyone tells us, enforce against the broadcasters, they are playing our songs. We are telling them, okay, we do not regulate copyright. We will need evidence that this person played your song without their permission. And from experience, we have a very skewed market. Someone, upcoming artists, willingly go and sign documents passing on their works to the stations to play them. The stations sometimes charge fees to do that. Sometimes they don't charge and they feel they are promoting this artist by giving him a platform. He's known, he's famous, he gets to do shows in bars, etc. Okay? Now, there is a requirement in law, the Copyright and Neighboring Act, where the works that you use have to be licensed by the owner. But we have learned over time that most broadcasters don't understand what licensed is and who does the licensing and where to get the license. Today, I hope we will learn that there are CMOs, collective management organizations, that have been licensed by URSB to be agents to give out rights. However, I also share with URSB, most of the broadcasters have been asking and inquiring about the transparency of these CMOs. Who are their members? How do they get access to that information to know who the membership is and who do they deal with? They have also shared on the amount of fees that have been set. Some share that when we agreed an MOU between UCC superintended an MOU between UPRS and the broadcasters NAB, and certain fees were signed. The broadcasters have also shared they are coming out of NAB. Advertising revenue is low. Some of the fees may be affordable by the Tier 1 radio and TV stations, but may not be easily afforded by the lower upcountry radio stations. We hope they will share the challenge and URSB may consider how those fees may be staggered or paid. So I hope we open our minds to learning. I hope we all share honestly so that we are able to realize the benefits of copyright, the intended, and see how all players in the value chain of the creative sector can earn from their works. I thank you.
A big hand clap for Mr. Medi Kagwa. What Medi just said here is something we have experienced. A couple of days ago, we had an engagement at which one of the broadcasters we engaged was not actually licensed, did not have a copyright license, and our team raised it, put me in a lot of kind of trouble. But thank you so much. We thank UCC for their continued role to regulate, license, and bring broadcasters on board, but important to note is that our creators need to be rewarded for their work. It's the first thing that we want to make clear today, that creators need to be protected, they need to protect their works and pick commercial value out of it. At this point, as we run forward, allow me invite our Director of Intellectual Property from the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Mr. Gilbert Agaba, to give us his remarks.
Good morning. I think I'm on TV, so I would prefer our banners also here, so that when they see me on TV, they know I've not changed my employment status. Who can help me move the banner? As it says UCC here. Yeah? I deal with politicians, so I'm learning a few tricks here and there. It's a pleasure to see you all. I'm here on behalf of the Registrar General. She would have loved to join us today, but she had other pressing engagements. But she sends her regards, and she has given me her speech to read to you. So allow me to read it. The representative of the Executive Director of Uganda Communication Commission, members of staff of URSB, representatives of various broadcasting entities present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this unique anti-piracy workshop. Would like to thank the various partners such as Uganda Communications Commission and MultiChoice Uganda, who have ensured that we have this workshop which targets various broadcasters in television, radio, and over the internet. As you all know, during the COVID period, most of us got everything we needed: entertainment, information, education from the broadcasters. And it became very apparent that they are important partners in the use and administration of copyright in Uganda. Prior to that, and I think Kagwa mentioned a few things, we had engagements with broadcasters, but we're not gaining traction. There had been MOUs signed between the Association of Broadcasters as well as content owners, but we couldn't get anything out of it. One of the issues raised was that broadcasters don't know what they were paying for. They don't know why they should pay, and they don't know where the money is going. So this workshop, one of the aims is to sensitize all of you, and I hope all the relevant broadcasters are here, or at least represented. But it's important that we all know why there is a tariff, what is a collecting society, why do you have to pay to this society and not the musician, how do you deal with all types of issues related with copyright, including copyright piracy. Of course, copyright has been a topic of interest in recent weeks, and for good reason as well. As the National Intellectual Property Office, Uganda Registration Services Bureau has been at the forefront of various copyright engagements and operations countrywide. We have held engagements with content creators, publishers, and users of copyright works, and we are delighted to be engaging broadcasters in this unique workshop. And again, let me appreciate our partners at UCC for this collaboration. One of the issues raised in the National Intellectual Property Policy was to ensure that there is collaboration between the various entities that deal with different aspects of copyright, or better, different aspects of the creative sector. and we are pleased to be partnering with UCC, not only on these engagements that we've been holding, but on many other activities to support the creative sector. Our hope is that this will be the first of the many interventions in the broadcasting industry in the fight against piracy of copyright content. For those who may not be aware, copyright is a form of IP or intellectual property right that protects original expressions of literary works. We'll have presentations, and you will be able to understand at the end of the day what copyright means. A couple of days ago, I was speaking to scientists about another type of intellectual property. And one of the things, after speaking for a whole hour, a gentleman stood up and said, "I understood you were presenting in English, but I didn't understand a thing of what you said. But today I hope it will be different, that we'll go back understanding what copyright is and how we relate to it in our various capacities. As broadcasters, you play a vital role in publicizing copyright content through your respective mediums, both to your benefit and to the benefit of the creators of the content, and indeed the users. Like I had earlier mentioned, COVID has taught us the vital role that the creative sector plays in our society, particularly the broadcasters themselves. The use of copyright content is regulated under the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act of 2006. This law from 2006 is administered by URSB. Some people are learning of it today. Some of you have heard of it and don't think it matters, but it definitely matters. It is the law that determines your responsibilities, your liabilities, and your rights in respect of content that you broadcast. In broadcasting such content, there are specific requirements that you should be met by the broadcaster. The most vital one being the requirement for the broadcaster to acquire authorization from the content owner or his or her agent to broadcast such work on their platforms. I know many people, when UCC cracked the whip, they came to us and said, "But you know, we got these movies from the internet. We're just, you know, it was free. I paid my money. Why should I now pay another license?" The unauthorized use of copyright content amounts to copyright infringement, which is a crime under the law. So if you're a broadcaster and you're illegally broadcasting copyright work, you're a criminal by law, not by my personal decree, but by law. So it is responsibility on your part to ensure that what is broadcast on your radio station, on your television, on your online platform is legally acquired. And the person who created this work put in time, they put in effort, and they desire or require to be remunerated. So when you are paying for a tariff, you are paying to the person who created this work. Of course, as we discuss, we'll learn why it is so hard to comprehend or perceive copyright. Most people cannot, because they don't touch it, they don't feel it, they don't think it's property worth protecting. But by the end of today, I think that mindset will change. So aside from the penalties prescribed by the law, piracy also negatively affects the creative industry. It denies authors the remuneration that they are entitled to. It undermines the ability of the creative sector to invest in itself and grow, and also undermines the rule of law. Copyright not only imposes an obligation on broadcasters to seek authorization to broadcast content, but it also grants them rights in their broadcasting, in their broadcasts. And I think some of you who broadcast soccer know this very well, that the broadcast of facts, you acquire rights in those broadcasts that you put out on your platforms. Most of people don't know, or people who work there, they just see a C after a program, see NTV or see something. They don't know why there is a C in a circle with the name of the entity. That is a notice to the public that you own the copyright in the content that you are broadcasting. So these rights are infringed upon, especially where one broadcaster without authorization broadcasts another broadcaster's content, a practice which has become prevalent in the industry. It also infringes on the rights that are given through an exclusive license to a broadcaster to broadcast copyright content. It's not proper for you to steal people's signals and start broadcasting stuff here. It's not right. It is illegal. One time we did an operation against a business which was doing this kind of work, and at first they thought we were joking. Said how? I mean, we just find these things and everyone is doing it. But when they realized that we were serious, they had to educate themselves into what they were doing. And there is big money being made from these things. I know if you give chance to Mnet, they will come and tell you their experience in signal piracy. So these are things we hope to learn today and see how to redress them. Such acts of piracy continuously undermine the creative industry and deny content owners and authorized users the right to receive adequate remuneration from their expressions. URSB has established various mechanisms to fight piracy, most notably the establishment of an enforcement unit in cooperation with the Uganda Police Force. I don't know whether there will be an opportunity, but I would like to take chance to, is there any staff from the enforcement unit? Yes, you can stand up. People need to see where they are going to go when they have problems. You see? She also looks substantial, so when you show up with a complaint, you know she will deal with it. And she's just representing the whole team that's not here. But we have an enforcement unit, and I think we've tried to set a standard in respect of dealing with crime. There could be some challenges. My colleague, as he makes her presentation today, will share with you some of the challenges in enforcing copyright. But we believe that we've started on a journey, and you are partners to ensure that there is compliance, but also to ensure that your rights are protected. So this unit receives complaints from content creators and users of works, which are investigated and prosecuted in accordance with the law. Wherever you are, whether you are in Arua, whether you are in Kalangala, whether you are in Karamoja or Kabale, you can file a complaint with our office and we'll deal with it. In our various engagements with different stakeholders in the creative industry, we have consistently emphasized the need for users to comply with the law and acquire authorization to use copyright content, which can also be obtained from the licensed CMOs for authors of such works, such as Uganda Performing Rights Society. Is UPRS here? They are not here. That's rather unfortunate. Uganda Federation of Movie Industry. Yes, that's Nambasa, she's the CEO. And Uganda Reproduction Rights Organization. Yes, Batamze, he leads people who publish books. And as you can see, he doesn't stand. He raises his hand, you know where to find him. Our hope is that through engagements like this, we shall gain a better understanding on copyright and further appreciate the role each of us plays in ensuring the effectiveness of the copyright system. And before I finish, I would like to thank all of you once again for coming, but also I'm hoping that you will have candid discussions. We are not here to condemn or accuse you, but we are here to learn from each other. We also, I know Medi Kagwa has raised a few other concerns. Let's hear them and find solutions to them. But importantly, our main objective outside here is that when we leave here, let's do what is right by the authors. Let's do what is right by the broadcasters. Let's do what is right
for the users. I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaba. I'll not be like your friend who, after 1 hour, did not learn a thing. I've learned that broadcasters need to only broadcast content that they've legally acquired. And this is a call that we continue to preach. For the MultiChoice team, there's something that I'm excited about. Rona, please tell your people there's a local script that is produced by one of our local content creators, Mzigo Express. How many of us here watch it? Very interesting. It can even be addictive. It is that kind of direction that we wish the industry can take, create our own industry, our own production, and broadcast it legally and ensure that our people make value out of their creations. We're going to listen in to Mr. Philip Kalibala Nyanja, who is the manager of copyright at the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. He'll tell us more about copyright in the broadcasting industry and give us all the attributes and the spheres in which copyright operates for the benefit of all the broadcasters here. Philip, the floor is yours.
Do you have sanitizer, Steve? You're vaccinated. I'm not. I'm asking for sanitizer so that I can sanitize the. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Don't worry, breakfast is coming on, and we shall have it shortly. And I'm not going to take any more time than I should, because I know that the purpose of these engagements is really to trigger you off for further information and discussions. Okay, so don't worry about that. I'm very conscious about time. I think, Steve, you've given me about 45 minutes? 30? Less than that? Okay. Good morning again. My name is Kalibala Philip, and I'm the manager in charge of copyright. Someone at the back is telling me to use the microphone. Now, I've always given a disclaimer that me being an African, it becomes very challenging for me to communicate while my hands are down. I'm very demonstrative. And I'm artistic when I'm communicating because the way I move my hands is part of sending my message across. So when I hold this microphone, it holds me down, and I feel that I cannot, part of me is not communicating. But I hope if I put it down, you know, I can use my voice. You can come closer. Let's cover these spaces. And then, okay, maybe for the online, for the virtual audience, I think that is important. Okay, I need to thank you so much. Some of you, I have met you. Some of you, we have engaged. And here I want to recognize Bishop Chiganda of Kingdom FM. Thank you, sir. I think you are the queen here on this chessboard, but I also recognize other people. I recognize the gentleman from Ruba. And why do I recognize that gentleman from Ruba? Sir, your name is Tumsime, sir? Julius. Julius, I recognize you because Julius represents the way we communicate, and so does Bishop also. They represent the way we communicate this information and the way you receive this information. I think for starters, when we talk about copyright and people paying for content, because this is content business, this is the content economy, this is commercial content. I think the first reaction that people get is shock. They are shocked. People are shocked. You know, people are shocked. You know, how do we pay for music? How do we pay for films? I mean, who creates them? Where do they come from? We get them from internet. People give us their music. You know, they give us their content. We find them on the streets. You know, and you know, it's very shocking that now a system comes in and tells them, you know what, this content is created and you have to pay for the content. You know, it's shocking. So that shock alone can take you another 5 years before you break it. Every time you meet people, they will just raise up in arms. No, we don't pay for this. Well, we don't pay for this. It goes on and on. First year, second year, you engage in the same thing. Third year. But later, as you break the information and people start, appreciating it, they start shifting. They start shifting posts, and then the language changes. Okay, where do we get this content? Whom do we talk to? Whom are we paying? The same discussions that are here. I think Julius now knows, because the last time we had an engagement with them, it was the same thing. So whom are we paying? Who are these guys? Who are the CMOs? Why do we pay when the creators of content come to us to play their content? Like that. So the language changes. So if you are still at the shock level, you are still at the shock stage, it's okay. In time, you will, it will break down. It will break down. Eventually, you will have to, you will come to the same language that we are using now, where people are asking, actually, how do we make this happen? As opposed to, no, we are not paying for this, what not. Okay, so my job is to give you a kind of technical paper presentation, but I will try to see that you understand and you follow. So I need to give you some briefs about copyright and broadcasting. Both here, like Mehdi has said, and Gilbert, and Mehdi, I need to thank you, because you've broken the ice. You've kind of mellowed it down, because here we are not here to confront. It's not adversarial. We are here to learn, and you need to give us feedback. So we are not here really that URSB and copyright has come with handcuffs to take us, and we have brought the enforcement police. Brenda is not going to arrest anyone here today. No one is going. So you just have to calm down, okay? You are very important in the value chain of content, first of all, content creation, content use, content commercialization, and protection and enforcement. The broadcasters are very pertinent in that sector, in that chain. So here we want to look at both exploitation and creation of content, that you are both ways, okay? Again, here, when I talk about creation of content, some broadcasters actually do not know that they are creators of content, but Gilbert has hinted on it, and I think Mehdi is very much aware of that, that when you defeat the copyright system, you are also defeating yourselves, okay? It is important to you because you create content. You are content creators, maybe unknown to you. So when you defeat the copyright system, your content is going to be exploited, both here within our market and externally, in ways that I'm going to show you. And even if people are making money off your content, you'll never be able to benefit from it, especially if you undermine the system. Okay, so first of all, that is who we are. That is URSB. That's where you find us. That's our building currently. And I think someone has not told you, we might change address, but that's where we are. If you want to come tomorrow or next week, you will find us there. Our contact is there. We also want to get some traffic from broadcasters as opposed to UCC, We want to say that broadcasters can come to URSB. So giving you clear directions because you are stakeholders. And that is where we sit. The layout. I don't know whether it's impressive, but that's where we sit. It looks scattered, but you can see it's fully equipped. That's our office. And so here we go into our paper, the law and policy. I particularly use this picture. I think credits here go to NBS and whoever took this still picture, and some of our content creators in the URSB. But my emphasis here is to show you where we are coming from. That the things we are doing actually are not jokes. It is nothing like Kalibala is here, or Massey is here, or Gilbert is here. We are under mandate and we are under pressure to implement certain things, especially this Copyright Act. As you might be aware that, especially from our former speaker, that every time some people are there, first of all, they say there is no Copyright Act. That is the thing. It hurts us all the time in office. It's a feedback that is very wrong. You say there is no Copyright Act, and then the other thing, for those who think that the Copyright Act is there, they say you are not implementing it. It's not helping the creators of content. Okay, so those are the feedbacks that we get. Copyright Act is not there simply because maybe URSB is not doing its job. And then the other thing is that nothing is being done. Even if the act is there, nothing is being done. So I'm showing you where it's coming from. We have a Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act. At least for you who are here, you will see that the act is there. You can go on Google I can open it up for you on Google and you see it, but you can find it. And then we have the National Intellectual Property Policy, NIPP. And this is His Excellency signing it, you know. It was 2019. I think for you, if you have representatives from NBS, you remember this video was yours. You had exclusive rights to broadcast that. So that was us. So the emphasis of the NIPP is, first of all, to generate content. And I think here we are at this stage as Uganda, we have generated content. Here we have content. I'm creating content here. MultChoice is here recording this content. You go back to your televisions, you create content, the entertainment program. So we have the content, and we do have the content. I think right now we can be comfortable to say that Uganda has sufficient content to serve. We have got content substitution. Our radio stations can play our content 24 hours, 7 days a week without breaking. That is the audio content. And our televisions can play our own content, okay, 24 hours, films, entertainment, your internal broadcasts and everything. So we have content. And right now you are investing in content. MultChoice is investing in content, NBS is investing in content, everyone is investing in content. That is the way to go. So we have the content, that's generation. Then we go to the issue of protection, that is appropriating this content. When this content is made, whose content is it? Whose content is it, and how do these people authorize the use and access of their content? That is where the protection comes in. And then we have, of course, the commercialization, okay? And then enforcement. Enforcement, we are there. The issue now is here. This is where the gap is. This is where the chain is affected and infected. The aspect of commercialization. Money is not moving because we are not giving it. We are withholding money. So you know the effect it's creating? It's creating television billionaires. You know, when you look at videos like these people in the rap world, when you look at videos and music videos and films, you get an impression that these musicians are rich, yeah? You know, because they are going to use the, you know, they will get aspect, they will come to Golden Tulip, then they shoot a video having lunch here, then when they go out, they go in there, blue tech Benz and whatnot, they are wearing expensively. But when you take away the television and you find them in real life, these are people who are going to ask you for 1,000 shillings just to eat a chapati. You know, you cannot associate those two pictures. You say, but I watch you on your videos, in your films, in your music videos, you are wealthy. That is what we call the television or the virtual billionaires, I think, as they are classifying it, that what you see, the image you see on television is not real. And what the problem with that is this commercialization that we have all defeated, and it's very embarrassing. How can people who create content that we use and content that we consume, a product that we consume, how can we allow them to be poor? Simply because we are not being compliant with the systems. And how are they going to create anyway? So we have those two steps. We have the generation. The protection is there. URSB is there. We are into copyright protection. And then we have the enforcement. Brenda is there. And Miriam is also here with us. And we shall show you how we can effect this enforcement. But the aspect now goes to commercialization. And that's where we need to be fair. Even you broadcasters need to be fair with yourselves. And we all need to be fair to ourselves and people who create content. It's a moral call, but it's also a legal call. Okay, so what do we do under copyright? First of all, we register rights, okay, in our office there. Then we enforce rights. Then we advise government on matters copyright. Then we coordinate MDAs, okay, in regard to copyright, like we are here, UCC, us, Ministry of Gender, NPA. Because copyright spreads its wings, it's a whole system. As you will see, it's a system of copyright. It's not only one thing, it's a system. So part of what the National IP Policy gave us is to coordinate these MDAs and other stakeholders, okay, to achieve this copyright and protect and commercialize. Then we advise on law and policy. We sensitize and make society aware of rights. Of course, we license and regulate CMOs. We shall get a presentation on that. And then, of course, we are the Copyright Information Center, where I've showed you where we sit. Anything to do with copyright, enforcement, we are the office. And that's why media said that when it comes to copyright, they always refer you to URSB. All right, so let us talk about now copyright and broadcasting. These are things that you do not know. Maybe you might be ignorant of, but these are things that concern you. And maybe in the different media, for the people who have come from the media to come and talk to me, I've asked them whether they have legal officers. Okay? you need to be well established. Maybe NAB has legal officers, the representatives from NAB, okay? Because NAB, you are an association. You take all these people, create space and create a legal officer. It's important. Why is a legal officer important? They will read the laws and give you a position. Sometimes I find it very defeating for someone who is not legally exposed or exposed to policy to come and have a discussion with me concerning these things. I feel that we are not taking off. And every time I ask the broadcasters, I said, do you have legal representatives so that we can start at a certain point? You know, so that we take away that street approach. I've told you, so because when you have a legal officer, you have a starting point. They talk about these things and then you discuss. So please get these officers with you. Let us have a discussion that is more fruitful, one that will get us, you know, the one that will get us forward. So what is broadcaster? The terms, broadcaster and broadcaster, you being aware. So we don't have a definition for broadcast here. The copyright law had referred us to the Uganda Communications Act, but in the amendment I didn't find a definition for broadcast, but at least a broadcaster is a licensed person that is under UCA, is a licensed person who packages and distributes televisions or radio programs. As you can see it, I think for me the thing I picked up here is the issue of the license here. You have to be a licensed person. And by person here, we are talking about you entities of televisions and individuals. Because we have always been struggling with this license, and even you have been struggling with the license for content and the license for you to be a broadcaster. Those are two different licenses, and I think you should make a distinction of them. So you have a right to broadcast in Uganda, but what about the right to use content? Whose content are you using? If you have to use my content, I have to license you. Because content is personal, IP is private. It is not because you have a signal from UCC and they have given you, I think, a spectrum, so you will just go on the street or anywhere or on the internet and grab my content or anyone's content for that matter, and then you start broadcasting. Those are two different things. So for you to be like a broadcaster in Uganda, you have to be, like, it's part of the definition, you have to be licensed. That is it. And what is broadcasting? The transmission of sound, video, or data intended for simultaneous reception by the public. So simultaneous reception. So I'm here, people are watching me virtually. You know, broadcasting. So that as you broadcast, you receive. Okay, and then the broadcasting company means a company which communicates or carries on transmissions. So a broadcasting company is the one that does this. And then provides services by wire or wireless means in such a way that members of the public access the fixation from a place and time individually chosen by them. I thought that this maybe might refer to internet, online broadcasting, because online broadcasting, you choose when that content should come to you. So those are the technical words. So, and I was looking at the spectrum of broadcasting here, and this one I need now to put back to you. Did I cover everything? Okay, because these are the super highways of content traffic. This is where our content is. I need to know whether I left out anything. We have the radio, we have the radios that keep on broadcasting content, and we have the televisions and internet. Anything else that we left out? Yes. Public broadcast. Ngenda kubyogerako Bishop. Only that ebizindalo maybe tebikozesa signal kyekyo lwaki tetwabiteekamu. Saabiteekamu tebikozesa signal naye bino radio ne television bye bya signal. Kati njagala mu America basobola okulaba content wange nga bwe bamulaba wano, but broadcast. But Bishop, you are right. Oli mutuufu nnyo, because that constitutes public broadcast. So we have those. That is where our traffic is accessed. Okay. So now, if you belong in any of these categories, okay, radio, television, and then internet. We discussed the rights. The rights of broadcaster, which is copyright and neighboring right. Okay. So Gilbert had said it, that copyright, what is copyright? Copyright is granted to the author of content. It's very easy. If I create content here, like right now we are creating content. Right now the person who is recording this content is Mnet. And I think right now they have the rights to broadcast the content, and the content will be there. They're going to fixate it. So I want to show you that anytime we are creating content, and I can show you that some of you have written on your pieces of paper, you've written something, drawing cartoons. I used to do that when I was in school so much. When the lecturer took time to come, or when I found them boring, I hope I'm not boring, I would just go into cartoon drawing diagrams. So eventually, after the class, I've already created content. And I have a friend of mine who was doing this as a pastime, and now she's a very good artist. You know, you just create content. So content can be very easily created. Content can be very easily created. So when you create that content right now, as you've drawn, you've written down something, or you are on your phone, or and you've created something, that has become your content now. You are the copyright owner of that content. You could even have written an article. It's yours. So the author here is the creator, is the producer, is the commissioner, the one who commissions works, like you televisions. You can commission someone to act a film. I think MultChoice is doing that. Which other broadcaster is doing that? You know? That is very important. Actually, that's a very important thing, because you are in content creation. The outsourcing the content or creating your own content. So which other broadcaster is doing that? So you get a couple of people and say, we are going to act series. I'm going to invest money in you. These are going to be our series exclusively, and we are the owners. Which broadcaster is doing that? Apart from Mnet, but I think there are broadcasters that are doing that. Really, they are. Just raise up your hand, because we need to get a start. Because I know at least Pastor has said he does, a bishop said he does, but there is also Pastor Senyonga's television. It's called what? I think, yeah, Top. I think they also do create content. You do create content. You can invest money in people to create content for your TV, or you can create content there and then. So you could belong here. Okay? And then that's why the broadcaster becomes author if it undertakes any of the roles above. Then this is the neighboring right. Okay? People who support the creation of content. But I want to talk about broadcasters here. Broadcasters, this is actually your right. Bobanga toli mu content creation wano. Nga you are not a creator of content. Nga toli mu content creation. In as far as intellectual property is concerned, wano wogwa. So if you wake up in the morning and say, for us, we just outsource content and then we put on our broadcast, technically, you belong here. So when you go to court and someone has bypassed your signal, you say that this person infringed on my neighboring right. A broadcaster, why you? Because they provide destiny and performance in works. You see, we do not know as opposed above, but this is where you are. Internationally, you are under the neighboring right. Because you broadcast and you use other people's content maybe, but also you provide destiny and permanence in works. I don't know what that means. Destiny, you send the signal, but you also create a product. You create a product and you make it permanent. So a broadcaster, do not remember, if you do not create content, you don't have copyright. But if you don't create content, you don't have copyright. If you create content, you have copyright. But if you do not create content, ogwamu neighboring right. That is your right. That is your legal right. Okay, so as a creator of content, you as a broadcaster, what is your intellectual property? Well, what are your rights? Did you know them? Does someone know? When I'm out there and we are holding this discussion, this is the feedback. I can give a microphone to two people to tell me, yes, when I entered into broadcast, because you're a broadcaster, you sat down and you made strategies. You said, when I entered into broadcast, I knew that I have these rights. Maybe for some lawyers, you studied about broadcast law at law school or whatever. Can I challenge someone to tell me? Can I really challenge someone to tell me, just to give me two reasons? I mean, rights that you know, that accrued to you when you are there. A right means that this is what is yours. If someone infringes on it, then you have a right to sue. You have a right to action, you have a right to enforce. Can we challenge ourselves? Two people? Bishop, when you came out broadcasting KTV, Wagamambu, what are my rights? Yes, I'm going to do this broadcast. Were you aware of that?
No, I just wanted to remind you of the previous stage.
Yes, sir.
Because you categorize all the broadcasters.
Yes, sir.
Broadcasters, they are also content creators.
Yes.
Because the bulletins that we saw on daily basis are ours.
That's why you belong in the right category. Okay, in the left, if you are a creator of content, you have copyright. If you're not a creator and you're just an outsourcer, you have a related right, which is a neighboring right. But the issue I wanted to say is to bring it to you that did you know your rights when you came into broadcast? Did you say that this is mine? Because that is the basis for enforcement, that is the basis for commercialization, that is the appropriation, that is the ownership. It's possible that when you went into broadcast, you didn't know these rights, and then you just went into doing the business. That is why the things are catching up with you. And that's why I'm insisting again that NAB, you have to have a legal officer to keep on informing. At least you can be the counsel for this, for your members, to keep on updating them on the legal requirements. So we have, you have ownership of name. Huh? This one is generally intellectual property. Yes, Roger?
Adverts produced in my production studio, yes, my radio station, yes, and my copyright. Yes, yes. They have to be bought from you. Yes. Even if they're going to play across all radio stations.
Yes. They have to be bought from you. If you are the creator of that, and that's your content, they have to be yours. And if you hear another radio playing your advert, like some time ago, you know, it's very true, like this Super Bowl, they have adverts, but they become an aspect of entertainment. So you have a television here which is showing you Super Bowl adverts for 30 minutes, and you're all enjoying. Those adverts are content, and they are paid for. You cannot just take them on your radio, on your television, and start rebroadcasting adverts. I hope I get the point, and that's what I wanted to say exactly, Roger. So, but let's talk about this. You, a broadcaster, as the creator of content, what are your rights? First of all, there is ownership of name. Here I wanted to refer to intellectual property generally, and also to ask you whether you've taken time off to register those names, the names that you have for your television stations. For instance, is KTV protected as a service mark? Is Mnet protected? Is NBS protected? Is Super protected? Is BBS protected? And I want to keep on using the radio stations that are here. Sanyu, Roger is from Sanyu, Bishop is from KTV. Who else is here so that I can keep on using you as examples? But I'm asking you, the word that Sanyu FM or KTV, is it protected as intellectual property? Because it becomes part and parcel of this broadcast. Okay? You could have programs that, like NTV can have a program like, I think, any program, the one of Farida Nakazibe in the morning. But you can have other people who are using that name for the same program. You understand? Because they know how marketable it is. You do not want to wake up in the morning and someone has a windows that he has called Sanyu FM. You don't want to wake up in the morning. That will be washing down your brand. And people might say, oh, Sanyu, katimwatandika kola bindazi, you know, but someone is saying, well, it's a name Sanyu FM. I know Sanyu FM is popular. Let me. Someone can bring whatever, a cup, and they call it Malchoice, or they can brand their cups with your brand. They brand it Malchoice. So we are using cups that have Malchoice. So you have to be alive to your intellectual property. So you have ownership in your names, then ownership in the signal, in the ownership of spectrum. Here I called it signal. Here I request Mehdi to tell me whether I use the word technically. This might not be my field, but I said ownership of spectrum, and in the bracket I put signal, which means your ability to send communication across. And then you have ownership in your broadcast. Do we know what this is? What is a broadcast? Like I described, but in literal words, what is a broadcast? When you put on your television from morning and it takes 24 hours and it has content, that is what we are calling a broadcast. Whatever you put there is yours. That is why we have signal piracy. That's why things to do with downloading, that is a broadcast. Whatever you've put on that spectrum for 24 hours is yours. Okay, that is ownership of a broadcast. Then you have copyright of internally created content, including live shows and entertainment features, films, documentaries, etc. That is what Bishop was asking. What have you created? Then what rights do you have? This is what we continue. You have the right to prevent unauthorized use of your content and signals. Can you really enforce that? Are you aware of that? That is a very practical thing. You have a right to prevent unauthorized use of your content and signals. Do we know what that means? I know people in pay television know what that means. Mnet knows Malchoice knows what that means. Star Times knows what that means, but for you, the free-to-air, do you know what that means? I can give you an example. In the earlier years, as I was growing up, as I was a teenager, so there was Sanyu was there, because Sanyu has been there since the beginning of time. I would listen to Sanyu. Later on, I was growing up to about midnight. And then from midnight, they would host Voice of America. Same thing as Radio 1 was doing the same thing. Okay? But even here in Uganda, it was the same thing. I think they did it on Simba during those years when Simba used to be a very popular radio station. So some people, you came into the market and you started grabbing the signals of other people. I don't know whether, is this a common practice? Is it now still a common practice when we take the issue of pay televisions, because pay televisions are suffering that. Signals, the theft of signals, and other free-to-air television. Is this still a practice? Or if this happens, are you aware that there is infringement of your rights? Is it something you can enforce? Because there is a commercial aspect to it. Why should we get traffic to Simba, say Simba FM, when another radio station is also hosting the same signal? They have a frequency and they are hosting Simba. So which means that for us traffic, we are going to go to that radio station. It's just as well. So there is a lot of theft to prevent unauthorized use. So you have the right to authorize or prohibit the broadcasting of your broadcast, the one that we've talked about. And then the right to authorize the fixation of your broadcast or the reproduction of your fixation. Now, fixation is a technical word. How can I describe fixation? Fixation means that you record something and you put it in a medium so that it can be retrieved. Like I'm here, this is a live performance. So if you record me like Carlos has been doing, Carlos has been fixating me, he has created a fixation of me. So everyone who is recording me is creating a fixation of me. But I'm here, I'm in a live performance. So fixation means that you are getting that signal. Maybe it's a live performance on TV, and somehow you are doing the recording. You are doing the recording, and you are going to rebroadcast it. And that's why I told you that one of the things you have to do is this ownership of name. You have to get this intellectual property that defines your name. When I was growing up, I used to go to this Bibanda, and I used to watch videos, and they had MTV. That is what I'm talking about. They had MTV. Then there was VH1 came along. So we would say, no, we want music from MTV. Echibanda that was showing MTV music was better. And then there was VH1. Because if someone records your program, we might refer to this intellectual property. That's why you see that some televisions obscure your name. They say NBS and then they just cover it. They say BBS and they just cover it. KTV, they just cover it. Because that IP is very important. It's part of the broadcast. It goes with it. So you have the right to enforce, and you have the right to license and earn royalties, and then the right to action. Okay, let's proceed. I hope we are following on. The right of broadcaster, and then broadcaster as the exploiter of content. So, what do you do when you outsource content? What do you do when you outsource content? So the broadcasters are two-way. First of all, you create your own content, and then you outsource content. And these are your rights. Uses of content for commercial gain. This is what you do. You use content for commercial gain. You use content to effect traffic. When you put on a television, you want people to come and view. That is where the seemingly hypocrisy comes in. You yourself are making money based on this content, but you are defeating the value chain to send money out. Because I do not know anyone who has created a TV which is just in their home and is for private use. Private use TV, they have got a signal from UCC and they are there in their home. No basanga ne bagamba, fe tulabaka TV kafe bakaita KPM. Tekaina wekali is just for private use. All the televisions that are there are in commerce and they are making business. So that is why you outsource content for commercial use. And then you create database for content. You have a database for content. That's what you do. And then you convert content to broadcast. And then you transmit the content via signal. Okay. So what are the rights of the persons? Okay. Rights depend on license agreements with content owner and agent. So what are your rights and obligations? You cannot exploit content unless you have a license. That is where it starts. So the rights depend on the license agreement with the content owner. So the license is detailed on how you should use content. Okay, then it's important to know that content property remains the property of the author. And then the right to broadcast. You can have the right to broadcast, you can have the right to use exclusively, and then the obligation to acquire a license at a fee, the obligation to remit royalties, and then the obligation to furnish details for usage. Okay, and also the obligation to adhere to the terms of the license. Let me try to wind up this with these basics. I know our time is running out, but just give me a few minutes. But that page is very important. I've seen some people taking a shot of it. I will tell you what, we shall share this with you just for easy reference. Just for easy reference. That's why it's a PowerPoint. You just get to know the things, because the detail of these discussions, we shall have them when you come to our office. Okay. So the areas of concern, we have the license there. The license is very important, and this is what the law says. Any person who wishes to use or perform another person's work, or who causes work to be performed in public for gain, shall apply to the owner or the owner's agent for the license to do so. Now, this is the whole basis of copyright infringement. That is why our enforcement unit is there. That when a person brings a case against you, the first thing they are asking you, who gave you the authority to use my content? That is the licensing. Who gave you the authority to use my content? And of course, many people can't answer that. That is how we come in with the enforcement. First of all, capturing and seizing property. You know that the enforcement has a right to seize property. I don't know whether some of you televisions and radios have suffered this. Okay? Your property will be seized regardless of what, because any property that is used in infringement will be seized. Okay, then maybe the other important thing is that a license creates a relationship between the author and the user of content, and then it makes, of course, collections easy, and then it enables with accountability. And then these are royalties, as you can see. Royalties are the agreed remuneration between the author and the use of content. So when you use my content, I usually use the Luganda word, obupangisa. Royalties means obupangisa. So because for you, your nature of content use is that it's not like me. For me, I purchase once. When I go and I purchase a film or I purchase an audio work, I purchase once and I pay. And I come and I use privately. For you, when you get access to this content, first of all, you create a database. It's there in your database. And you keep on consuming every year. That is the reason why you are paying royalties. And the other time we had the discussion with Julius, who had suggested that maybe we can pay royalties in kind. And I'm insisting here that royalties are monetary. I hope, Julius, that one you've taken that point. The last time we were in UCC, you say that, okay, let's give you airplay so that it can pay and compensate. No, because there is a commercial value chain there. People are waiting for money. There are so many people who have contributed to the existence of a work, and they are waiting for money. So, and it's the whole aspect of commercialization, URA, taxation, and VAT, it all goes there, and it cannot be, that cannot be done on any givings of kind. Okay, that is what was from Investopedia. That is royalty. You can check out. A royalty is a legally binding payment made to one individual or company for the ongoing use of their assets, including copyright works and franchise. That is just to emphasize that. Okay, now I have a diagram here I want to show you, just in a nutshell, of what we've discussed, the issue of licensing, royalties, and then the licensing, exploitation, and then royalties. Just look at this illustration. So we have the owner, the author of creator of content, and that is the license, because that is the relationship. This, for you, ono okusobola okwana ono, oba ono okusobola okwogereza ono, this is the intermediary. This is the license. It has to be there. Okay, so there has to be a license, and then, of course, after the license, then has to be royalties. And then here we talked about, here I wanted to bring out this. You see the completion of this diagram. We have the collective management organization. You, the users of content, you've been very hostile to the CMOs, but I can assure you, if we implement this copyright system as it is, you will look out for these people. You will be fighting to find these people, the CMOs. That's why I put them here. And I'm giving them to you as an alternative. When we are at some of you people's radios, like I was at Bishop's Television, and for them, the point was that people can come individually and give us the licenses, and we exploit their content. That is very correct. You can do that because that is the general rule. But if 1,000 people come to you and they want to do that, first of all, they want to negotiate a tariff. They want to issue you with a license. Everyone, 1,000 people issuing you with licenses. You have to collect and then negotiate tariffs, how much you are paying for their content. You will have to look for this person. Because this person is going to give you a single tariff. They are going to give you a single license and a single tariff. Okay? So what happens for you as a user, you pay this one. Ononasa sulabano. But if you want to go in the first scenario of handling it in the first scenario, I'm telling you, you are going to face challenges, and also these persons are going to face challenges. That's why we have this intermediary, the Collective Management Association. And I want you to get used to it so that you don't just be hostile to them. So broadcasters are there. You suffer two effects. Your content is infringed upon, but you also infringe on other people's content as broadcasters. Okay, so there are some of the areas. I'm not going to go in detail in them because, of course, now we are constrained by time. But infringement, theft, and piracy, broadcaster as creator of content, these are the things that you suffer. There is a rebroadcast of your content. There is downloading your programs off TV. There is diverting your signal without authorization. There is unauthorized recording of broadcasts on video, tapes, DVD, or USB sticks. Unauthorized distribution of your signal, hacking into encrypted pay TV signals with equipment designed to circumvent. And that is a very important thing for us in intellectual property and technology. People come up with technology that circumvents already given restrictions. And so that's how you find your signals in other people's decoders. And then unauthorized retransmission. Okay, unauthorized retransmission of your on the internet, especially live sports. Okay, so there is this that I got from the European Broadcasting Union that I don't want you to forget, because I think this is very realistic in our market here. Okay, never assume that the use of a work is lawful simply because, are you watching the board? Maybe you can take. You found it on a publicly displayed accessible website. So you go on the website and then you find content and you think you are free to use. And then you intend to use it without charging viewers or listeners. Okay? And then you are mentioning or even promoting its author. Okay, so you are mentioning, promoting its author, and then you think that you are a lawful user. Okay, or you fully own your copy. You know, like in the first scenario, so I went and bought my copy, so I think I'm free to broadcast it on my broadcast because I bought my own copy. Okay, you are only using a small part of the work, or you have modified the work, or you believe that your use is in the public interest, you know. These are some of the excuses that we found with broadcasters for them to actually fight for paying royalties. You say maybe the work is free to access, it is what. So I got that from the European Broadcasting Union because I think they also face that. Okay, then the remedies to infringement, you can have, of course, enforcement. You can go to UCC and URSB, that is more practical. You can write a cease and desist note. We love cease and desist notes because then that means that we are making a record. So if I write to your television and I tell you you've been infringing, please cease and desist, that is very important. That is usually the first remedy. And these are the things that we take to court. You are better off ceasing than for you to account for profits eventually. And of course, we have the use of inspectors. Our inspectors are there. Okay, and then we have this issue of foreign works exploited in Uganda. You know, you have foreign works, so wherever you've got them, because people have been hostile to the CMOs and the system, and they're saying that they're exploiting foreign works. First of all, Gilbert talked about exclusive rights, because for you to use content, it is an issue of rights. What rights do you have to that content? What rights were you given in the license? Okay, so you have this wrestling, you are making voiceovers, or you have these soap operas that are coming from these foreign jurisdictions, and you are making voiceovers. The issue is that, did they give you the right to make those voiceovers? Or did they even give you the right to broadcast? What about the person who has the exclusive right within our market to use that content? Okay, because people have used foreign works as a defense. You know, no, but we are not using UFMI or UPRS. We are not using your content. We are using foreign content. The first thing you have to know is that we shall still enforce on foreign content because we are under obligation as Uganda to enforce on that content. Still, you are under obligation to use content under a license. So whether someone has given you a right or you've got it from internet, we are still going to enforce, and we shall ask you for a license for broadcasting. Okay? But most of all, that issue of foreign content should never be an excuse. You will not get away with that, regardless of what you think. You need to work around getting content and getting it from authorized sources and by the right of the owner. Okay, so we have rights over intellectual property in our territory. We base it on that principle. That's a detailed principle. It's an IP principle. Because some people went on TV and they said, what right does URSB have? What right does the government of Uganda have? You remember those VJs? No, fe tukola gundi, URSB muina buyinza chi. Government of Uganda, UFMI muina buyinza chi okujja okufuna license and enforcing on these rights. If you are exploiting content under intellectual property, those are the rules that you have to find. Kenya does not determine how we should consume our IP, and neither do we determine how they should consume their IP. You do not license in Kenya, Kenya does not license here. Okay? If we say that in Uganda you have to exploit content after getting a license, that's it. That is it. You are not going to bring any other reasons to argue it out. So that is the principle of territoriality that sometimes we apply. And then, okay. Now, these are my ending slides. Steve, I have only 2 slides to end, but I wanted to end on a good note. I want you to look at this list, and I hope these people are represented here. You look at this list. It's not intended to criminalize or put anyone in a corner, but I hope these people are here. We need to recognize these people, you know. Let us get away from the impression that, you know, no one is being compliant. We have almost, is it 500 radio stations and 400 TVs? But we have up to 24. This is a combination of both radio and television. Only 24 people have been compliant with the system. But the important thing here is that is the beginning point. For us, we want to give credit there. But also to give you a picture that it is not that everyone is defiant. People have already shifted from, like I told you, people have already shifted from that angle of saying that, or you know, being defiant, openly defiant, and just throwing their arms in your air. I mean, throwing their arms in your face. It's not complete, huh? So someone is telling us from NAB that the list is not complete, and I think that is something that we need to be grateful for. Thank you so much. I think this list should go longer, but just to show you people who are here that we can be compliant. It's not really complicated. Just know how it's done, but we need to celebrate and thank these people. And the reason why we are bringing these lists is because if you are paying money to a CMO or to one individual, it feeds into accountability. When these musicians or these filmmakers come on and they say that Muba centers are fete, Mukosa centers are ziriwa, you give us those lists. And I'm telling you, if you have been compliant and you've paid for a license, take note, feed into NAB, tell them that this year we have been compliant. 100 televisions have given a license and a royalty. Musicians should not come knocking at our doors that they are poor. We shall follow these lists for accountability, people. Please help us to do that. We shall follow those lists for accountability. Okay, okay. And then the points of discussion. When you go into the plenary, we want to discuss these issues. Huh? Okay, we want to say, first of all, I need you to think about this. Huh? We can propose a CMO for broadcasters for one reason or another. First of all, a related rights collective management organization to pursue the commercial interest of broadcasters, enable access to legal content, negotiate fair tariffs, and conduct enforcement against infringement. You see? Like you have other CMOs that are there. We can propose and say, you know, the broadcasters are many, you are so many members, and we only want 30. But you can think in terms of a CMO because there are advantages in collective management. When your signals and your programs are used abroad, you will find them on CNN, you will find them on BBC. You need a copyright system to benefit commercially from that consumption, especially extraterritorial. You need an IP system, you need a copyright system. So you might think of forming a collective management organization. NAB, you might have this discussion with these people and say, okay, since we have UPRS, we have UFMI, they are harassing us, maybe we can also form a CMO to see how we can come up with a discussion on this. Then we have these surveys in broadcasting. We have these surveys as URSB. We are conducting mini surveys just to collect data so that we can have a basis to make our interventions. Like this, you have to give us feedback when you come to you, and we are asking you to give some information concerning broadcasting, copyright, infringement, royalties, licenses. That is what the survey might be based on. We have already finalized one of CMOs and content creators, so we want to advocate for one for broadcasters. You give us a feedback in a very, cooperative way so that we can be informed. And then we have the issue of professionalizing the sector. These are things that, please, you should think about. We need to professionalize our sector, okay? We have no licenses, we have no contracts, we have no terms, we have no nothing. I come to you with my content and I give it to you. That is very unprofessional. And sooner it will create liabilities. You are not benefiting from it. Broadcasters, I need to assure you, when someone comes on your door, at your door, nagamba, you know what, I have this film, music, you are not going to benefit from that. Because the system will continue harassing you. We need documentary evidence that that was there. So many things. We need to know the terms. How are you paying back this person? How did these people come? So we have to professionalize ourselves so much. First of all, by documenting in our sector, encourage documentation, small contracts, small agreements. Small contracts, small agreements, very minor terms, but also work with the system of the collective management organizations. Their capacity has been built and they know what to do. So we need to professionalize. I hope in the plenary we shall talk about the Gulu communique and really what happened there. Why haven't we been enforcing this? You remember for us who are in Gulu, 2021, June 16th, I still remember that. We renewed this document and we said that let the broadcasters be compliant. And they were going to be compliant within 2 or 3 months. But we don't know whether that communique has been... Okay, the conclusion there is that it's important for you as a broadcaster to meet the content owners or their agents before you exploit content. Before you exploit content, please create a relationship. When you get content on your radio, on your television, ask yourself a question. Is the person the owner of this content or their agent, are they knowledgeable? Have we agreed terms? Okay. Let us concentrate on our own content. The quotas that UCC is advocating for, the copyright system can enable us to achieve that. Because you are playing their wrestling, you are playing what, and they are going to keep on sending these harassment notes to you. Pull down, threats. We can concentrate on our local market, develop our own content. MalChoice is doing it. I don't want to use MalChoice all the time. Who else? KTV is doing it. Kingdom TV is doing it. Pastor Senyonga's TV is doing it. Maybe BBS. Let us give ourselves a chance to concentrate on our own content because you are the media, so that we can take out all the other IP harassment. The IP harassment. We create our own content. I'm encouraging that you discuss and have engagements on content strategies, okay? Content strategies, so when you come into the sector, what are your content strategies? How do you expect to get content? Whom do you expect to contact? Who are the agents of the content suppliers? You know, how to acquire content, how to use content, and how to pay. All those terms are very clear. You come into the sector and say, okay, our content strategy is that we're going to create our own in-house content, or we are going to outsource content. These are the royalties we are going to pay. If you had a CMO, it would negotiate fairly with the other fellow CMOs on the issue of royalties. Okay, and then you have to remember this last bit, that always remember that the copyright system is also for you and it's not against you. Like I've showed you in the previous slide, that when you are the creator of content, you also have so much to lose if the system is undermined. Okay, so the system is also for you. And I hope I've been very soft, not really adversarial, because it's about us engaging and understanding each other. Okay, my paper is really done, but I hope that you've picked out something from there. Okay, these papers will be supplied to you, and then you can always refer to these points. But remember, in the first slide where I told you that when you get stuck, you can use us or you can use UCC when it comes to content and content management, content protection, enforcement, use. URSB is well set to give you an ear. So thank you so much, Steve. Mwebalenyo. That's about it.
Another hand clap for Philip. Philip's discussion this morning opened up a number of questions. Philip, you'll need to drink a lot of water because the number of questions that are coming for you are many. However, you helped point out the different roles that each of the players in the sector has. The generators and the broadcasters, but also outlay the hostility that has been going on to the CMOs, because now the roles are clearly defined on how you can generate, protect, commercialize, and then the enforcement on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, allow us take a tea break, but if I could ask, we should be able to make it a working tea break. We pick our tea and then continue with the discussion so that we don't lose track. But before that, I'm going to ask that we take a group picture. Andrew, preferably here. We have a group picture for our record purposes, and then pick our tea and take about 15 minutes and continue the discussion. Let's make it a working tea so that we don't lose track of time. So I'll ask that Mr. Medi Kagwa, Gilbert Agaba, Rona, and the other team lead to the front, and then the rest of us will be at the back. We have that picture, and then pick tea and continue.
Just put 3 chairs.
3 chairs.
Okay.
Okay, we are ready for the picture now.
Motherland, Uganda. She is amongst the fastest growing entrepreneurial economies in the world, perhaps first in Africa. With a list of population growth close to 48.5 million people currently, out of the above mentioned percentage, 50% commonly draws under informal sector, which promotes different professionalism, skilled labor, and technically emerging business entities all around. Oh yes, many kick off immediately every single day, with or without legal permission. But here is what, when, and why we need to register our intellectual properties with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau for the rightful business operation. It is easy. Now, online or at our offices. URSB, Georgia House.
Now, there are very many types of intellectual property that are registered with URSB, but the ones that we enforce are predominantly two, that is trademark infringement and copyright infringement. When it comes to patent infringement, it's not criminal in nature, so we usually advise our clientele to seek legal redress in courts of law. Now, when it comes to enforcing IP rights, it is the owner of that right that has the responsibility to enforce his or her right. So he or she has to keep an eye on the market to ensure that his product is not infringed upon.
My name is Joan Semanda Chiza. I'm the PR and Communications Manager for MultiChoice Uganda, which is the parent company for DSTV and GoTV here in Uganda. In March 2021, following the COVID-19 pandemic, and because of an increased access to internet, we noticed that there was a lot more accessibility to content in a form of piracy and abuse of copyright. At the time, we reported this to the URSB, specifically the enforcement unit, and they were very helpful in assisting us. We had a case with the Kenyan national called Kevin Ouko, who was selling live streaming access codes to customers in Uganda. And these customers were going in and watching content, a lot of which was what we at MultiChoice Uganda consider premium content. To date, that customer has been reprimanded in the courts of law for his actions. This is one example of a story that we've worked with the URSB, that they have really helped us to curb piracy, especially towards MultiChoice Uganda.
We also support prosecution of opened up case files that are sent to the court.
The URSB is here to support you in the fight against copyright infringement and the fight against piracy. I urge you to reach out to them and take action against these injustices.
The Managing Director, Kakoza John Bosco, Wakako Home of Spices. Ngabe mulaba wano ene branding yaffe era yawandiisibwa era tutte ekiseera nga gitukozesa era abakoppa bagezaako kwefaanaanyiriza awalikako abalala ne bassaako maro, abalala ne bassaako mite, abalala ne bassaako karo, abalala ne bassaako rio, naye nga kabonero basigala beegezaako kugira ki okwefaanaanyiriza. Kati abakoppa ebyabwe biba ku mutindo gwa wansi, abasuubuzi abasinga baagala nnyo ebintu ebya layisi. Bwe bafuna ebikyamu complaint zidda waffe, ffe ne tulumba akatale bwe twalumbanga akatale okusooka ne tugezaako okolagananga ne poliisi ne flying squad. Kati twagenda okunzika nga ate ffe tuli baavu. Kaakati ku bantu abamu abakwatibwanga waabangawo ngeri ya semina nga tukyali mu kwekweto ne babuuza musobola okukola ebyammwe tanti kano ke katambula. Baga no tewali kitasobola kutambula nga gwe wadde n'okola ki. Ne bababuuza nti mumanyi ono yatandikira kano ke katambula bo nga kibalemerako. Kaakati nga tebamanyi n'ekifo gye balaga. Kati bwe twaddangayo gye bavudde oluusi nga bamaze obbakwata effemu baafunanga okwemulugunya nga baga kampani eyebuza abantu naye ffe twabayitangamu ne tubanyonnyola nti bantu bakwatibwa bwe bati lwansonga nti lwaki okwata abasuubuzi tugamba nti mmwe kennyini mwe muzibira abasuubuzi bennyini ne bawagira abantu abo bagira ki abakoppa bo bennyini ne babafaaninga.
Amanya gange nze Lubega Nasuro nga nze nkola akanzaali ka Luse. Nakwatibwa nga ntunda nali nsuubula obunzaali obwa kampuni endala ne mbutunda ne nkwatibwa ne nsalawo ne bandeeta ku URSB nga nvunaanibwa olw'okutunda obunzaali bwe saamanya nti tebwali mu makubo matuufu. Naye mu ekyo naweebwa amagezi aba URSB ne baŋŋamba nsobola okukola ekintu ekyange kubanga nali nnyina obumanyirivu mu kyo. Ne nsalawo ne nkola kampuni yange nali natya emabega yonna olw'ensonga nti nga process ya registration njitya ndaba mpanvu nnyo nga ndanga atasobola kisobola. Naye bannyambako ne ndigesitaringa kampuni yange akanzaali akange era nga nkakolera ku mutindo ogwo waggulu kuba nafuna obumanyirivu eri abantu.
We start investigations of that matter. Through that investigation, that is when we capture the complainant's name, the address, which is also very vital, and then the details of the complaint that has been sent to the Bureau through the Registrar General.
Kakati ku mbeera eriwo waliwo enkyukakyuka mu sales. Abamu bagenda beekweka balabika baabivaako newankubadde nga operations zikyagenda mu maaso. Siyinza kuteebaza URSB ku kyeyatukolera kuba kati tuli bavumu. Buli we tulaga bangi bagenda baga nti kikana akatuufu akedda. Ne bagamba mwongere ebikwekweto mu maaso mukwate abantu abo. Ate nga ebikwekweto bya URSB biri very cheap. Tebiriko obuzibu bwonna. Era ekyetaago kye bakubuulira z'ensonga ezitambula mu kooti kyekyokka kye bakubuulira naye okusinziira ku bitongole ebirala bye twakozesanga twasanganga nnyo obuzibu. Kaakati nga obwangu obwandisaanye ye URSB naye esaana okuyambibwako kugyongeramu amaanyi kuba naddala ng'ekigambo eky'entambula okusinziira ku mafuta gano agaliwo kuba okola operation kyekintu ekyasinza okuba ekizito ennyo emirimu gyonna egikolebwa. Ng'ate operation za URSB si za bulabe gamba nti zikosa abantu bawabulwa era abantu bwe bajja ne babeeyimirira ne bababuulirira ne bategeera emitango n'ekigambo ekyokusaanyaawo ebikyamu baba bakoze ogenda okwanga n'abadde akigezaako alekeraawo.
Amanya Kanyesigezaamu ndi director mu company ya Kangaroo Brands Uganda Limited. Fe abakola ekyokunywa kye bayita Kampako bwe tawandisa company ne tuwandisa ne business name oba trademark. Kati bwe babaawo omuntu nga kucupula aba URSB obabuulira ne bajja ne bakuyamba mwezi ensonga kubanga nabo bagwanyisa abantu abakola ebicupuli.
And note, in case you are a complainant, it is very important that when we call on you to come and act as a witness in the court, please be available because you are our first witness, since you're the one who recorded the case file with us. Then operations commence. That is when we go to the field, and you've most times seen us doing operations with the enforcement team who are inspectors of URSB and police officers from Territorial Command all over the country. From there, that can always assist us to properly conclude and have a successful prosecution. Most of our cases, when concluded, most exhibits that we recover, exhibits may include documents, they can include samples, either if it's posho, like recently we just concluded destruction of over 9 tons of posho, which was very successful because that was a trademark infringement. Our main aim is to make sure that all these exhibits that we recover do not go back to the field.
Akatale kaffe bwe keesala twagezaako okukwatagana n'abayo RSB mostly abo aba enforcement ne tufeefeta abo abaali batucupula. Good chance abamu twabakwata, abamu bakyaliyo, abe bakwata babatwala mu kooti, ate kooti tusuubira wajja kuvaayo ekintu ekiramu kubanga exhibits babakwata nazo abaali bacupula bakendeera. Akatale kaffe kaddamu ne kakwatayo. Kati oluusi abantu abamu bibatawaanya okwawula ebicupuli n'ebituufu. Akacupa kaffe kaliko ekigambo Kampako wano, ekigambo ekyo Kampako, ate niyo kasaanikira nako twateekako ekigambo Kampako. Baganda bange ba director mwenna we muli abakola omulimu guno nange gwenkola, ate nga mwaregisteringa ne URSB muyina edembe bwe wawo obuzibu bwonna mu kubacupula, muyina edembe obuyinza okugenda ku URSB level 6 aba enforcement we batuula n'obabulira ensonga zo ne bajja ne bakuyamba. Nsiima nnyo aba URSB kubanga munzize engulu abaana badde batumalawo.
At Uganda Registration Services Bureau, we actually register different forms of intellectual property. One of the forms of intellectual property we do register is trademarks. What is a trademark? It's a sign used by one business enterprise to distinguish itself from another business enterprise. At this point, what we see is that a business will have a logo. It can be a logo, it can be a name, it can be a sign, it can be a sound, it can even be a smell. So this trademark or that sign, whatever the company has decided to use as its identifier in the market, will be used exclusively by that company, and no other company can use their logo without authorization. So what it does, it gives you exclusive rights to use your logo, your name, your sign to the exclusion of other companies. That is what a trademark is.
My name is Yesije Brian Bravo, CEO Bravo Shoes, a fully registered trademark under the intellectual property and fully under the laws of Uganda.
Dorothy Wegoye Chimuli is my name. I am an entrepreneur with D&M Group International Limited. D&M Group International Limited is an agro-processing company that processes Kim's natural chili sauces and Kim's tomato ketchup. I am the Principal Public Relations Officer of Uganda Technology and Management Institution. This is an academic institution whose courses also encourage agro-processors to come and study and enhance on the skills that will enable them manage the agro-processing affairs very well in terms of innovation and in creative thinking.
So how do you register your trademark? So when you have come up with your logo, your sign, your name, whatever it is, you will come up with a good logo. You'll design it the way you really feel you want your brand to be identified or represented. And then you will go, we have our website. We have our website, which is www.ursb.go.ug. Therein you can make an application. We have forms there. We have TM2, form TM2, that is the application form. You fill in that form and you sign it, and then you pay the necessary fee. An application fee for a trademark is 50,000 Uganda shillings. As the search fee is 25,000 Uganda shillings. After you fill in the form, you have it signed, you attach representations of your logo, of your trademark, you attach them to the application, and then you send them via email. You send them to the email address, which is ip@ursb.go.ug. Thereafter, we will receive your application, we'll give it a number, we'll examine it, and then we'll issue with a gazette notice. After we issue the gazette notice, you'll have to go and you'll have to have it advertised at the Gazette, Uganda Gazette. Thereafter, you have 60 days within which it is advertised. After the 60 days, you go back to our website, www.ursb.go.ug. You download Form TM9. After downloading Form TM9, you fill in that form, you pay the necessary fee, which is 100,000 Uganda shillings, and then there you will have submit to the email address, ip@ursb.go.ug, and we shall actually process your certificate of registration.
So the issue of registration with URSB, there are two angles to that issue. There was the time when I was the ignorant one, and there was the time when I was very sensitized on what I should do. When I was living in ignorance, it took me a year plus. Why? Because I was relying on people to register it for me. So every time they were giving excuses. Then the workshop I told you about by ARIPO and URSB, when I attended that workshop, I must say that in that workshop I had so many questions. I needed to ask all those questions as to why I had not yet registered my trademark. So in that process, I was able to get the right contacts. And I must say that the only delay was at the Uganda Gazette, because there's a specific period within which you have to wait for that approval. After that, it did not even take 5 working days. I had already got my trademark. So that is just how brief the whole process was.
I would say that it took me about 3 years to register my brand. This was out of fear, thinking that it is very expensive to register a brand, because at that time, a lot of middlemen, or so many, and accessing URSB was quite challenging. The online systems had not worked. So anybody who would tell you to register a brand would charge you 1.5 million, 2 million shillings. And then this brought a lot of fear in me. I said, no, I have to hold it until for some time. But when I found out that it was cheaper for me to register my brand, it became easier, and I had to go straight myself to URSB and register my brand. And I'm proud to say that yes, and have already renewed for the next 10 years again.
But one of the benefits has been knowledge awareness, and I got to know more about URSB from a workshop that was organized.
Yes. Grace?
Thank you very much, Stephen. Good morning, everybody. It's difficult to speak to people when they are eating because it is nearly impossible to compete with food as long as it's something in the animal kingdom. It's nearly impossible to compete with food and maybe sleep. But I hope we can listen to each other as we go along. I've been introduced, so I won't recap, but just to give perspective of why I'm here. I am an intellectual property lawyer / expert. I might not be able to help you with your day-to-day land wrangle, but all I do as a legal practitioner is intellectual property. So I think URSB and UCC thought it fit that I deliver this message. I also sit on the UPRS board as a technical independent director, and my role there is to provide technical guidance on intellectual property to the board. So I'm not a member of UPRS, so to speak. We are going to speak about the role of CMOs in the broadcasting sector, purpose and challenges. Philip belabored the rights, obligations, duties, etc. of broadcasters. And I just keep referring to a few things he mentioned in his presentation as we go along. I wanted to use something that broadcasters would be accustomed to. So instead of saying summary, I said program lineup. What we're going to be looking at is what collective management is, what a CMO is, CMOs in Uganda, their legal mandate and purpose. We'll see that there could be a slight difference or further breakdown from the mandate and also the purpose or function or daily functions. And then we'll look at copyright, CMOs, and the broadcasting sector. So one would ask, what is collective management? Philip and Mr. Agava previously mentioned briefly what collective management is. But in detail, but also not much detail, collective management is generally or basically a process where right owners come together in an authorized or legal entity or body in order to manage their rights. Philip has just advised you that NAB can look into broadcasters creating a broadcasters CMO. And we'll see that when you look at the nature of rights, if you're a content creator or a content user, which broadcasters are, they have neighboring rights. You could have a CMO using either a bundle of rights or a category. Also, as broadcasters, you could belong to already existing CMOs. So there could be the possibility that if you don't fit within what's already existing, you form yours. But if some of the works you have fit within what's existing, then you become members to those. CMOs and collective management really is for centralization of rights, and a simple or single structure will simplify management. We are going to see later, as a broadcaster, if we had to deal with each and every content creator, how mind-boggling and disturbing it would be. It also gives right holders strength in numbers. The nature of intellectual property generally is intellectual property is a private right. That means that as a private right, like your land, you have the sole responsibility to enforce and to protect your right, so to speak. But imagine if Chameleon had to go around everywhere in this country, to the TV, to the radio, to the shop selling CDs, to the DJ, it's impossible. He can't. There's also people playing his songs out there. There are curtain raisers at village shows that start by singing his music. It would be impossible for him. Chameleon might be considered as a prince of the equivalent of Prince being the foreign musician of Uganda. But then you have to look at another artist who might not be as big, but might not have that muscle, because people like Prince have the muscle to even, and their estates, to negotiate out of CMOs. But an artist that might not have that muscle, or an actor that might not have that muscle, what do? So a CMO or collective management gives them strength in numbers. Would then look at the number of right holders versus the commercial operators. Why we're saying commercial? Because under copyright law, there's an exception for licensing, the bridge that Philip kept talking about that needs to be there for you to use content. It must be commercial because any private or personal use is excluded from needing a license under the law. Also, would look at management of social interests and also economic interests. So collective management will not only focus on collecting royalties, but on also the social interests of its members, because it grows the system as a whole. Collective management can take various approaches in different countries. In some countries, it's statutory or mandatory. Countries like Malawi, you would find one CMO, all of you must belong. Then in other countries, it's contractual or voluntary. Uganda has a contractual/voluntary membership system for collective management. What that means is a right holder is free to belong voluntarily to a CMO where they believe that their rights are covered. So having talked about collective management, obviously, we would then see what the animal CMO is. A CMO is a collective management organization whose purpose is simply to do what we talked about before, but is also often called a collecting society. So depending on the repertoire of a CMO, the repertoire is really the content or the works or the body of works that CMOs hold. Many CMOs can be called different things. Sometimes you'll find them being called music licensing companies. Why? Because these might focus on the right for music. So you'll find that anybody under music, whether you're a performer, whether you're a producer, so that one will not segregate according to the party, but according to the content. Then there are those that can be called mechanical rights organizations. Mechanical rights organizations will commonly have people like producers, and you might find that some broadcasters might actually fall in such a CMO. Then performers collective management organizations, these were the most common or one of the first, because performers became the first agitated copyright owners to try and enforce their rights. So PRS is one of the oldest, and UPRS is one of the oldest, is the oldest in Uganda. It started in 1985. And then reproduction rights organizations, RROs. Mr. Batambuze here is a flag bearer for RROs. So people who have rights that would need reproduction would be under such CMOs. So this image just quickly shows the life cycle or what collective management is all about. They are creators or right owners. Remember, as broadcasters, sometimes you're users and sometimes you're right owners. So don't think of yourselves simply as users. Sometimes you're also right owners. Right owners. And then there's a pool of rights that is held by the CMO, be it music, film, a literary work, an artistic work, or whichever category of rights. And then there are users at the end, that the creators give the CMO their rights, and the CMO will license the several users. And in this licensing, the CMOs have agreements with the right holders to even enforce their rights further than licensing. So you'll find that sometimes a CMO can even sue for a breach, for infringement, and for all other things, because their interests are to further both the social and economic interests of their members. CMOs in Uganda. Currently, we have 3 CMOs in Uganda. We have Uganda Performing Rights Society, UPRS. It's the oldest, was formed out of PRS UK with its history. So it existed back in the day and then became Uganda Performing Rights Society. Its mandate or bundle is around musical works or music. So you'll find that there are several categories of people that fall into the music space that will belong to UPRS. Then we have UFMI, Uganda Federation of Movie Industry. I saw the CEO somewhere around. Yes. So they are audiovisual work CMOs. So when you're speaking film, when you're speaking anything that's audiovisual, you'll think UFMI. Then there's URRO for Mr. Batambuze here for literary works. And usually the simple thing when we are trying to explain literary works is to start with books. Do you have a novel? Are you using a novel? Sometimes as broadcasters, you might be using a novel as content for scripting to then create a show. You might have to check with Mr. Batambuze if you fall within that range. The regulator for CMOs under the law is URSB. And Philip belabored how URSB interplays and what the law is. Like I said earlier, in Uganda, CMO is voluntary membership. So no one is held by the gun to belong. You can belong to a CMO you choose. However, in the law, there cannot be more than one CMO that is driving the same agenda. So for example, if UPRS is working perfectly for the bundle or category of rights it has, then the law cannot allow for there to be another one. They cannot allow duplicity. If UFMI is doing well, no other. However, if they are not doing well, then the law can require that we set them apart and start afresh or get another one. So if we take UPRS as an example, I'll keep using UPRS as an example because 1, I have some inside information, and 2, it's the oldest and also has some of the bigger traction, but also because of the nature of people we're talking to today, it's more relevant than, for example, URRO. You can see that connection quicker. So an example of the UPRS member segments, they have music publishers, they have 42. So these statistics are 2021 statistics or thereabout. UPRS is in the process of cleaning up its database. So members are re-registering so that we have clear-cut memberships and segments. 42 publishers, 600 composers/authors. So composers and authors will include lyricists, will include the people who actually create the music. And then by now it has over 3,500 performers. In Uganda, like many economies, the person you see performing on the stage, it doesn't follow that that person is the owner of the copyright. The person might just be the vessel because they have a voice, but they might not have the gift to write or to compose music, and yet they have strong vocal cords. So the publisher and the author and the performer will all have different rights, as Philip explained, in this one aspect called a song. There'll be a person who has the copyright or people that share in the copyright, and then there'll be people that have aspects in that neighboring right, like performers. Neighboring rights are related rights, rights that are pegged or that hinge on the existence of a copyright, but are also the vessels through which we experience, for example, music. If Sheba didn't exist, we know that she generally doesn't write, but she's a fantastic performer. We would never be entertained by all the songs that she has. More UPRS statistics. By 2021, 3,994 members. Realizable potential is 25,000. Works was 16,200. 126 is the 1,000 is the potential. Reciprocal agreements. Reciprocal agreements are arrangements that collecting societies enter with other collecting societies not in their territory, so as to enforce rights across the board. You would wonder, how does UPRS get money for works played in the UK or for works played in South Africa or Nigeria? UPRS has to get a friend in the UK or in Nigeria or in South Africa, and they agree that collect for us, we collect for you. At the end of the day, We are going to share our books, and we'll say, okay, how much do I owe you? 1 million. How much do you owe me? 2 million. Deduct the one, send the one. You know, it works out like that. So broadcasters commonly ask, why are you pained by me playing foreign content? Reciprocal agreements. These collecting societies in Uganda have gotten mandate by reciprocating that collect for me, I collect for you. In the end, we are going to both distribute for each other. And then assessed users by UPRS are 2,550, but the realizable potential is in that 200,000. So there's a big difference there. When we look at the legal mandate of CMOs, this slide basically reproduces some aspects, though not all, of the Copyright Act. And if we look at the words only highlighted, that the registrar can register as a collecting society. So the registrar here is Mr. Kalibala here. Can register as a collecting society, any society or body which has for its main object the promotion of economic and social interests of its members through defending copyrights. And then they give us examples. For example, create and encourage creativity. That's not, it does not refer to royalties, right? Sometimes people think CMOs are just there to get money. Create and encourage creativity, promote and carry out public awareness, pay royalties to its members. As we'll see, this is one of the core functions of a CMO. Make reciprocal agreements. Why? Because the body of copyright internationally is copyright will be registered if you are a member of certain international treaties, if you're a member of the Berne Convention, everyone kind of protects it. So we need these reciprocal agreements to be able to get protection or get money from these different places. So it is a function, the CMO is mandated by law to enter these reciprocal agreements. So as a broadcaster, don't sit there and think, na UPRS, na UFMI, Wegeziwaza, now who sent them to go and start and get reciprocal agreements with Nigeria because they want to benefit from Nigeria. It's actually legal mandate, not just Lugezi-gezi. They are mandated to do it by law. Act as agents for its members to retain, in relation to copyright and neighboring rights interests, and do any act necessary. I usually like such things in the law where they say, and do anything necessary to, in relation to this mandate. What's the mandate? Promotion of economic and social interests of its members. So that's how the law will generally classify the mandate of a CMO. So I picked out things that you usually hear: royalties, reciprocal agreements, awareness, encourage creativity, but the list goes on in the law. But then we ask ourselves, the law has said all these many nice things. What does a CMO typically do? On a day-to-day, in their main character, what do CMOs do? This picture is interpretive of what CMOs typically do. And what CMOs typically do is, 1, monitor when, where, and what works are being used. Remember, we said that a CMO is not blanket, that all rights, everybody, it's not Kavuyo. UPRS should not come and tell you, hey, I saw you using a book in your script. That's another person's mandate, yes, yeah. I saw you. So it has to make sense. So they are going to monitor when, where, and what works are used. So those works must be part of their repertoire and must fall within their mandate. So they are monitors, negotiate tariffs and other conditions with users. We are going to see that historically, CMOs in Uganda have suffered this negotiating issue, but we'll see why. You know, in growing this copyright space, it's not a one-sided fault game that you did bad, So we've seen that as a person who has been on both ends. I think before I had the chance to serve at UPRS, I used to be hostile. I think that's why URSB chose me. I was the hostilest lawyer that walked this earth to UPRS. Why? Because they were so high-handed. Like, what the hell? Where did these things come from? Who did you ask? Who did you talk to? You know, if music is a commercial commodity, then there must be some sort of negotiation. There must be some sort of costing for things. You don't dream up numbers, and you know, that was a pain point. But we see that in the typical business of a CMO is supposed to negotiate tariffs and other conditions with who? With users. And who are some of the users? Our dear broadcasters. After they've monitored and negotiated, they then have the mandate or the function of licensing the use of protected works on behalf of members and other rights holders it represents. So when they say on behalf of members and other rights holders, the other people, when they come asking you for money for Chris Brown, don't be shocked. Reciprocal agreements, you know, when you're listening to one of my favorite shows, there's a show on Sanyo on Sunday at around 10ish. I really get in there and live my best life. But then sometimes, these days I wonder, did Sanyo pay? This music that I like, did they pay? Yeah, so I don't know what Roger will tell us, but anyway. So I wonder sometimes, did they pay? Yeah. Use that work. Their other function is to collect. After they've licensed you, there's no payment in kind, there's no payment in promise, there's no, can just pay. The kaching. I remember when I was doing my master in intellectual property, my dissertation supervisor used to insist that, Grace, you need to show me the link between the intellectual property and the dollar and cents. If there's no link between the IP and the money, then all of us can go home and shut down this IP thing, because intellectual property must pay. So a CMO must collect on that license. After they've negotiated, so we've all agreed this is the tariff, this is how much, this is the cost of music, this is this, you know, then you collect, they come and collect, so you pay. And after they've collected, they are not mandated to keep that money. Mr. Batamze must know that he does not keep that money because it's not his money. He must distribute. So they distribute these royalties to the right holders and CMOs with reciprocal agreements, hence the other discussion I was telling you before that. PRS will ask you PRS, how much did you collect for me? 40,000 pounds. How much did you collect for me? 1 million. Mutuvanja. Because then someone needs to, you know, send money over, and or if they've collected more. So the distribution is not just for the members, but the members also cover people with whom CMOs have reciprocal agreements. Back to the UPRS example. This is an example of the UPRS tariff guide. UPRS currently has 37 tariffs, and it might please you to know that URSB has taken keen interest as a regulator in reorganizing, reshaping, retraining all these CMOs. There's changes happening at UPRS, there's changes happening at UFMI. Mr. Batambuze is also having changes because URS old tariffs, I think by the time you received the last, maybe it was 2019 or 2018, but I'm sure they issued demand notes for 2022 also. Actually 2021 too, because some people paid and others didn't. This is what the tariff looks like. So there's aircrafts, shops, jukeboxes. People always want jukeboxes in Uganda. It's actually one of the biggest payers. And then, of course, we'll have the TV and radio, and then all these other things will generally be people that, according to UPRS, are users of their repertoire, the content they have, and therefore people required to pay for licenses. So UPRS sets the tariff and categories, and then against those tariffs and categories, the users will pay. When they say UPRS sets the tariff, that's a requirement of the law, that the CMO sets the tariff. But like we said, there needs to be user engagement to do the other negotiation. But the negotiation is not for the user to say, you want 10 million, 500K, it's enough. 500,000 is enough. I think there was a year where UFMI was taken for a ride, and people were paying 30,000, people were paying 20,000. And yet, if you look at the content, the value of the content they were using and how much pull it brought to their broadcasting stations, it's simply not right or moral that such money was paid to UFMI for them to close the year with a total collection of under 20 million shillings. It's scary, because then when you think about the good old Charles James Senkubge Kabla Katafuke president w'eggwanga lino, how is he supposed to survive and feed his family if you're not paying? If you're paying 30,000, how? Because if you pay 30,000, when a collecting society collects from you this 30,000, the reason I did law is because I suck at math. So there's going to be an Eddie Kenzo situation here, don't worry. If there's a 30,000 collection, what's 70% of 30,000? 27,000 goes to all the members. So between Katolu Bwama, between the actors of Sanyu, between the people who are in Mizigo Express, between Mr. Senkubuge, they're going to share in that 27K. Because UFMI must keep 30% to operate. How much have they kept to operate? 3K. So on that 3K, they must pay employees, they must keep the lights on, they must buy stationery, they must get people to come and chase you to pay. You see that the math just doesn't work out. And then in the end, our society would be like, Mwana wange, what you against them, MDD? And yet it's the society that has really brought this upon the whole, sector. So when there's a collection, this is what the distribution looks like. I know that some distributors said a CMO must not get even 1 cent, but you must think about it that this entity has been created for the sole reason of collecting, enforcing, and doing these things. They are not in the business of making money and doing other things because they have legal mandate. So they must find a way of making this work. And we'll see later the challenges of, if you have 3,000 as take home as a CMO, you'll never attract talent. So forever and always, even you, the users, are going to have to deal with wanyondos for compliance officers. You know those guys who, if you refuse to pay, things like that, because the person is like, this is the language these people understand. Just get us lorry of sand, unload it in their entrance, they'll pay. That's what they'll think needs to happen. Because the only thing that the CMO attracts is 3,000, and who can they share it with? It makes no sense. So we have to, every time you're either over-negotiating a tariff you have to think about that as SANU, if you're paying 1 million shillings for a year, that means UPRS is getting 700,000 and its members, Soca Million, Shiba, Chris Brown, Rihanna, Prince, they are all going to share in the 700,000. Then, and Fefe Busi, everybody, Fina Masanyaraze, everyone. Then the 30%, the remaining 300,000, pays the employees, buys fuel, keeps the lights on, prints the demand note that they are going to send to you, then we'll get the guy who's coming to you. You can imagine how angry he's going to be because he will not have a lunch allowance. It's just, the whole thing is generally mad. So the broadcasting sector, copyright and collecting societies, I wanted to put us in perspective of where the broadcasting sector falls in this copyright or creative industry. So that's a quick definition that we really don't need to belabor. It just says that creative industries are really in the intellectual property space. If we take, it's not a very clear picture, but if we look at this picture, it tells us the categories of players in the creative industries. There's heritage, where you have traditional cultural expressions, cultural sites. Then there's arts, where you have visual arts and performing arts. So there'll be some people there and there. Then you have media, where we have the guys that started first, the books, you know, the old school kind of thing that is going nowhere. Then we have the audiovisual, film, television, radio, broadcasting. Then we have new media that's taking over. And then we'll have functional creations and all the other things. So we see that media is actually central to the creative industry and falls right in there. When we look at the CMO potential in Uganda, this is not in the UK, this is not in South Africa, this is not in Kenya. CMO potential in Uganda, our focus here is this guy in purple. For just television, radio, and diffusion services, if we are at 500, this is even an if, because we are already more. I mean, they already gave us crazy figures here. This figure is more than the radio station. So if we are at 500, then the potential collections are 14 billion. Do you think that a parent would be pressed to tell their child not to do music, dance, and drama if indeed they are good at it? Because I mean, Rihanna is one of the richest people in the world. Beyonce has a whole beehive. People who have even created a cult around her. Not the big point. Bebe Cool here has access to the president. Do you think parents will tell their children not to enter this field? If just you people can give it 14 billion, what would 70% of 14 billion be? Again, I didn't do them. There's a reason I'm on this side. And what would the 30% be? Therefore, you have better organized CMOs, you have better compliance officers who are not going to threaten you with all sorts of things. The industry is better. If we just take commercial public transport, it also has 14 billion there, just at 35,000 units. If we take sports betting, 900 million. If we take light music concerts, 260 million. If we take hotels, 420 million. So this is the potential. Remember the jukeboxes we talked about. If they're at 100 units, there's 56 million, and yet there are more. It's just jukeboxes suffered a big blow during COVID. Why? Because we did not have brand at that point. The enforcement unit was not asked, and some people in police decided to just go and break the man's things. Now all his jukeboxes are broken, so they cannot be revenue. And yet, if the people in COVID who were enforcing in this area had gone to the enforcement unit at URSB, they would know what to do and would not be in this space. Anyway, jokes aside, just this paints a picture of how the creative industry singularly can transform this economy. And when you think about the 14 billion, sometimes people think, then how much am I paying? Remember, there's strength in numbers. Sanyo FM won't have to pay. It doesn't even have to change much from what you're paying now. But if everybody paid, if just 500 of the gazillion thousand broadcasters paid, we would be there. So this paints a picture of where we could be if everyone bought into CMOs and what they can do for the space. So Philip spoke about how CMOs generally interplay with the law. A broadcasting company, and I like to use this one specially, communicating to the public. Why? Because sometimes people say, I think Bishop mentioned there, ebizindalo. They'll be quick to say, nze sirina license ya UCC, sibirimu, siri broadcaster. To the extent that you're communicating to the public, the relevant CMO can still get you, because then if you don't pay for that license, then you're infringing. Remember, he mentioned that there's a difference between the operational license and the content license. So what a CMO is concerned about is the content license and not your, whether you have UCC has accepted you or not, or none of their business. You're using their content, you're going to have to pay for it. So if we look at the broadcasting sector, CMOs and copyright, you have your rights in the light blue there that Philip explained nicely. For you not to always think we, the great sufferers who must pay in this world. There's something you can also get out of collective management, because you're also content creators, because you have rights. Then we have to look at lineup content. Local content, is it foreign content, the creative industry? And I want to link the dark blue, the purple, and the dark green. That because we need this content to broadcast, I shudder at the thought of a broadcasting company these days that only advertises, that only says what. It's hard for you to run a station, radio or TV, and you don't have adverts in there. What's the spirit of adverts? You guys would tell us. It's usually copyright content. I think the people with the best adverts in this country, in my opinion, MTN, Stanbic, Jubilee. Do you know why? The songs stick in my head. I even sing them sometimes, and I'm like, that was about medical insurance. It's not a song. But it's all content. And then, of course, the foreign content we use, and then the licenses to use. Remember, we have a local content quota under the law, under the broadcasting law that we have to follow. So we would be hard-pressed for someone to come and convince us, actually, that, see, for us, we spend the whole day talking. Because usually in the middle, they say, oh, let's go and make some money. And what does that usually send us to? An advert. Because they said, let's go and make some money. Someone is paying for that advert will usually have copyright content. So it follows. Then when you think people are fatigued from the news and all serious things that have been happening, there's a presidential speech, etc. You're like, let's first give these people NTV Nightlife. Was it that one? And NBS, I don't know what. Then they first compete there, they entertain us. Copyright content. So you need a license to use. Then there's that big question of individual versus CMO license. Should I encourage the whole Ugandan music industry, plus the movie industry, plus the audiovisual, the performing arts? Those lines will be long. There'll be a line that will have Katolugwam and crew. There'll be a line that will have Bujingo and crew. There'll be a line that has Shiba and crew. There'll be a line that has upcoming artists. Those are the most vile. They have one song and they will attack you. You will feel it. Then there'll be those ones who have made it up country and they come and tell you, hey, my friend, I'm important. And you're like, hey, but who are you? Hey, you don't know. It's, you can't. So when we talk about individual versus CMO license, it's something we have to think about. Do you as a broadcaster actually want to deal with individual artists? And do you know what that means? That you can't then negotiate. You'll be saying, Katishiba, Last year we gave you 50 million. Naye wagudde akatale kakendedde. This year we are going to give you 2. What are the chances that she will allow? Because sometimes you might be playing her content from the other year that was still hot, and it's just complex. There are people with big egos. There are people who told us on the TV the other day that if we signed those agreements, then that was Potea. For us, we don't remember that. You have to deal with things like that, so you can't. But then there's also the big question in Orange of tariff negotiation. Sometimes we are quick to say, these CMOs, they come up with their own things, but how inviting or how willing are we? We'll see in the challenges that there have been historical problems. But now that the regulator is trying to bring everyone on board, that's why we're having such engagements. Are we willing to actually participate properly, fairly, equitably in these tariff negotiations? Not for you to come with a high hand to say, 500K, take it or leave it. If you don't want 500K annually, we don't care. For us, even the content was free. So we have to think about such things. So the state of affairs in the country is there's enhanced sector regulation. URSB is picking up on cleaning up the CMO space. UCC is also trying to press hard on the 70% local content requirement. And of course, there's enhanced growth in the entertainment business, which broadcasters play a big role in. However, there's still very low earnings. Why? Because there are people, stakeholders in the loop that are not playing their role. The stakeholders could even be the owners themselves, the right owners. Sometimes we say, the users, as a person who's now playing in a CMO, I see how hard this thing is, because even the people whose rights we fight for and we get abused for, they need too much polishing. They have no idea what's going on. Some of them would rather fulfill that immediate gratification. No, I want to be known. Me, I must be a superstar. So that at the next Eddie Kenzo show, they call me as a curtain raiser. So, when so-and-so asks me to give them my content, for me, in the end, what has that led to? Fame without revenue or fair value. The people were saying, you guys, okay, apart from the unfortunate mental health issue, Cute Kaye, with all the content muscle he had, was God stealing a side mirror. But what leads these people there? It's because the whole chain is not adding up. I commonly see, I was born and raised, okay, not literally born, but born and raised on Nassau Road. I used to commonly see Zigidi walking around with papers, dusty shoes. I used to be pained like, this man sang the jams that led us through adolescence. What is he doing on the streets? He's still alive. That means his work is still protected. Even if he died, it would be 50 years after his death. Why is the man grassing like this? That fame without revenue. Imagine for your work if you became known that you guys, I'm going to use Roger because he's also one of those names I knew since I was born on Nassau Road. If we knew him and we just know Roger Mugisha existed in the other years, then the other years, then those years, then transformed into this one, then the other one, then the other one, and that's all he has to show. That's all. Would you be very pleased with the status quo? Most of these people can't even support their families. Because the people who are making money from their content, because you are making money from their content, would rather pay them 300K or nothing. Sometimes not even, just nothing at all. So there's a lot of unexploited potential. Looking at the other potential map we looked at, but we also require a lot of user engagement. Content growth, Philip mentioned, I know all of you as broadcasters would agree, that there was a time where just hearing Ugandan music on the radio or broadcasting on the TV was like, what? The videos were, the quality was bad, the music quality was bad, everything was generally, bad. These days, you can go to a function, an introduction ceremony or a wedding or whatever, or the club, and 90% of the music played will be Ugandan music. You'll be sitting on the TV, and it's actually rare these days that we have random foreign music playing. Those days we had Jam Agenda, we would all sit and wait to watch Jam Agenda. These days, if there was an equivalent of Jam Agenda, it would be full of, Ugandan music. Mizigo Express is the one thing I heard about so much during COVID. I don't know if Netflix knows about it. And what else was Sanyu? I have colleagues who ran. Actually, they've decided they'll rather come in at 5 a.m. so that they're in time to go back home and watch Mizigo Express and Sanyu. Anyway, but that goes to show that the content in our country has grown, both in quality and also in breadth. But is there remuneration? The question lies here in the users. The creative industry, of course, is still creating because Uganda has one of the youngest populations in the world. There's a boast in technology and internet. So even where people didn't have access to music instruments and these days you can do everything on your computer or on your phone and you actually come up with a nice tune. So in no particular order, this is how things look. The sector is growing, the regulators are coming up, content is growing, the creatives are creating, but the earnings remain low. Let's take UPRS as an example again. 2021, broadcasters. Who paid and who didn't pay? I will not show the other thing again. Philip showed it of the 24 people. But in percentages, and remember we said all these numbers are ifs because the actuals are way more. When you go to the UCC website, you'll find 54 licensed TVs. Let's say that there are 54. Of those 54, 8 paid, and the 8 make up 15%, and 46 did not pay. In this equation, where are you? Also knowing that Gen Zs and the children we are going to bear are going to be creatives by hook or crook. Because the other industrial era and the labor-intensive regimes, the fourth industrial revolution has a lot of intellectual property embedded as a driving factor. That means most of our children are going to be in these sectors, whether we like it or not. And also because we don't understand what they like. So this will be the things we don't understand that they like. So will you be proud to have been in the 85 or in the 15? If there were 199 licensed radios, only 16 paid, making it 8%, and 183 did not pay. But you all know, be it a religious station, secular, sports, there are very few stations that do not need copyright content. You all know at the core that you need this content to drive traffic to your station. Did you pay or did you not pay? Did you receive the assessment or did you not receive it? Have you, what is the problem? What is the problem? We just need to understand so that we create solutions going forward. In terms of money, remember we said that the broadcasting sector, just TVs, radios, your potential is 14 billion. So in this graph, I put it at just 1 billion because the zeros were giving me a headache. I could not. So I put it at 1 billion. If we're looking at 2021 and we said that the revenue potential was 1 billion shillings from the broadcasting space only, UPRS estimated and expected to collect 377 million. However, in light of the 21 payments, 24, they collected 91. As night follows day, your children are going to be members. Not to threaten. My father managed to dissuade me by threats from joining the creative industry because I was passionate. I was ready to become all sorts of things. He told me, if you have your money, if it is mine, you do what I say. When I say, where I say I didn't have the money, I had to go. When I got there, I had to make it work. So, if we're thinking about the future, sometimes a problem is not yours until it's in your backyard. Eh? You might think, a million is starving, let him starve. Concert tezinabasasula. But until the problem is in your backyard, and you have a kid that has put in so much effort and has developed such good things, and there's a cheap broadcaster out there who says, go, your content is even free. Why are we paying for it? It was on the internet anyway. Anyway, so they collected just 91 million. So you can do the math of the 70 and then the 30, and then of course in the division there's also all those dynamics of what's streaming, who's the hottest person, who's getting what. So it's not that there'll also be a general cut, but just to explain how the split would be. If a radio paid a collecting society, and we are splitting the 70%, the music publisher would get his share, the writer would get a share, and out of this, the music publisher's share, everyone in that line gets, and then the songwriter. So there's a further revenue split model that I didn't want to bore you with. DSPs are sites on which people usually get advertising content, live advertising content. And it would show that if then they paid, of course they have separate rights that they have to pay for, but then there's the mechanical rights. For example, if you're a broadcaster and you have some sort of rights, they pay the collecting society, and then the money gets down. So if your child is this person or this person, every time you don't pay, you lock them out of revenue. If you are a songwriter, sometimes when you have a side hustle, and you have a main hustle, the side hustle, it's always not you're like, I still get my paycheck from my 9 to 5. But if you're writing and no one is paying, it's a crisis. One of the directors of UPRS was one of the member directors. He's a CFO at IHK, but now is stationed in Nairobi. He's a medical doctor. But until I got to UPRS, I didn't know that he was the renowned Peter Nawe. He's a writer, and when they show you the list of the songs he has written, incredible. A person like that might not be too pressed when you don't pay. Why? He's a doctor. He might still be earning money somewhere. But there's a person for whom content creation is not a side hustle. It's their main hustle. It's their only hustle. So we have to make it work. Sometimes people say, you people in Uganda, URSB, UCC, Operation Wealth Creation, you're witch hunting us. In fact, people out there don't pay. I know of many people who have said, no. Our content comes from somewhere else. Those people even don't pay, or whatever. This is just an example to show you. I used TVs, and I also picked out names that might quickly ring a bell to us. So it's not all of it. And I also just used two of the bigger economies in the world because we consume most of their foreign content. BBC pays, Discovery Channel pays, HBO pays. So sometimes people say, no, I am not the ordinary NTV, NBS, UBC. For me, I am some sort of Zuku. No, I'm not saying Zuku is not paying. I don't know if they're paying. Maybe they are not, maybe they are, but yeah. But you'll see that even TVs, even broadcasters, not TVs, broadcasters, like HBO, MTV, Cinemax, are paying. In France, the people who are paying CMOs the most Netflix, iTunes, Spotify. So, guys, any excuses we might want to come up with, the core of the discussion is you're using content for commercial gain, and that content belongs to someone, and that someone needs to benefit. We don't want to go through the process of lining up all those someones. We are using a CMO to negotiate and get benefit. What are some of the challenges? These challenges will cut across, so I mixed them up to just make it nice and so that no one feels like, they're only talking about us. Challenges. So this will be for both the CMOs and broadcasters. Awareness. This is a big gap. There's a gap. People don't know. And people who know, you'll see later where I say positive and real awareness. Even people who know will pretend they don't know because it suits them. So there's low sector will and uptake. And that awareness, like we agreed, is both with the users, like broadcasters, and sometimes even the rights holders. So there's a resistance to tariffs and value royalties. Why? Because of the lack of awareness. Usually the broadcaster will say, I am not paying. You people, you even eat some of the money. You people, in fact, you didn't even give, no, I won't pay. Okay. UCC, I said I must pay. I'll give you 500,000. That's not a value royalty. Remember we said, always do the revenue split to the last cent and see how that money is being drilled down. So there must be both owner and user engagement for us to make a wholesome awareness balance. Voluntary membership. This is a challenge of sorts because in our law, you can't force someone to belong. They have a right to belong or not to belong. What that means is some right holders will still have a right to individually or separately negotiate out of the CMOs. What people like the broadcasters are doing, they're taking advantage of that voluntary membership to then say, when Chameleon comes, I'll negotiate with him. But since, I'm looking for an artist, but what's the name? If Fina never comes, Fina Masanyalaze, I don't know when she last sang, I'll never negotiate, so I'll never pay. But some random day on some hits replay or whatever, you're going to play her music, and you should be paying. All these Kadongo Kamu people might never come to you, but someday you're going to be broadcasting their content. So the CMO mandate versus owners' freedom to negotiate, what we've just been talking about, that it's a challenge because of the nature of the structure we take, that it's voluntary membership. And because of this, there's usually reduced bargaining muscle for a CMO. Philip talked about a blanket license, that's the advantage you get from dealing with a CMO. I remember as a young lawyer, when Ms. Awasula then came and told me one of my clients needed a license, I told him, here are our files. Our people sign contracts. In fact, we even asked them to bring a recommendation from a pastor, from who, and from who. Then they tell us to broadcast. We have authorization. If you show me one name here that's there, we'll pay you. Tell us how much. Of course, we went around, then they shared their members list, then. But it's just that then you're giving a quick fix as a lawyer that it's voluntary membership. These people have not even, they've even decided to negotiate separately. What business is it of yours that they've decided to give up their right for airplay? In the end, we are affecting the grand scheme of things because Pastor Chiganda will have on his hands people that are creative, broke, and just sitting around with him, and it's a tragedy. CMO function duplicity. There was a time where the biggest broadcaster excuse was, we're not going to deal with UPRS and UFMI. They didn't even want to hear about the differences of the mandate and the work. They're like, In fact, even URR don't come. If we deal with one person, we deal with one person. But different regimes call for different things. So to the extent that there's duplicity, the regulator is trying very hard to ensure that you as the user, you don't have to deal with this person, then the next time the other person walks in, because as a person who was on the other side, those are some of the loopholes we used to use. We are like, We already paid for music with UPRS. So UFMI, anything you're saying that includes music, delete. You reduce that figure, because that one we already covered the other side. No, but you see, we are audiovisual. One thing, reduce. So that duplicity, the regulator is trying to work on. Also, because of that duplicity, we are getting low value royalties, because the same person will not agree to pay 50 million here and then 50 to the next person. They'll say, if I give you PRS 50, go funa satu. Sichidam, my budget had 53, someone will get 3, someone will get 50. That means the person who has got 3 has got low value royalties. And therefore, as the regulator, we need to strike a balance between the functions or the repertoire or the obligations or the mandate of different CMOs. Data gaps. Data gaps is one thing that broadcasters and all users generally are taking advantage of. They say, you show me the date, the time, and the hour when I played Chance Nalubega's song. Show me. You know, there are a few regulators who have the right to have all that data. Historically, our CMOs were not built technologically to monitor at that level. Of course, CMOs abroad have, technology and facilities to do that monitoring. So then it becomes, you failed. He who alleges must prove. You're saying I'm using your members' works. You can't show me where and when. I'm not paying. So those data gaps are a big challenge for CMOs. Usage data. You as a broadcaster, you will know what you've done. It's like sinning when you're alone in the dark. You know what you've done. Then when you come out with a few crumbs of cake on the side, like, no, I did not eat the cake. Did you see me? But you know you've eaten the cake. You know you've used the data, but because the usage data, there's no central place where we collect the data. You just say, me, I didn't. Tariff and license assessments. This is one of those fair things, fair comments, but where we need to achieve a balance. And I don't want to belabor the point because we've talked about it before, that we want the history that CMOs sat on their high chair somewhere on a high horse and decided, you will pay 70 million. We want that to stop so that there's some sort of industry negotiation and so that tariffs come together. And for example, Bishop here had suggestions of who we can add to that tariff list. Why? Whenever more people are added to the tariff list, it reduces the burden of the people. It's similar to tax. The smaller the tax base, the heavier the tax burden. So the more people that we can get to pay justifiably, we are not going to find people under their beds listening to their music. And, people usually say, but I played the music at a wedding. If you're playing the music at a wedding on your phone, that's okay. If you brought a DJ to play the music at your wedding, he made commercial gain, so he must pay. There are those delicate differences. Yeah, you as the wedding owner, you don't pay, but the DJ pays. Other challenges, lack of experts. Like we said, compliance officers, the guys who would rather unload cow dung in your door than negotiate with you well. Legal officers, Philip has been saying, NAB, do you have legal officers? This is a real challenge because intellectual property is a small space. And yet, fortunately or unfortunately, it's the property of the future. Because all other types of property, real property is finite. There's an end to land. You can't multiply land. You can cut smaller plots, you can do, but it doesn't grow, doesn't expand. A car, it's there. Once you've used it and it's done. A shoe. So real property is finite, has an end. Intellectual property in its nature is infinite. And we are in the knowledge-based economy, meaning most of the things we are doing are intellectual-based. So we need many more legal people to jump onto the IP bandwagon to understand and therefore be able to feed the space that we deal in. Police officers, URSB has done an exceptional job of trying to create a specialized police unit at URSB. Because I remember it used to also be a big pain point when we tried to enforce our criminal offenses for intellectual property breaches, and you'd go to the police and say, now, but if you're saying that that is your bottle, but it is there, what is the problem? He didn't take it. it was always so confusing that, even the police didn't know what they were doing. That's why they went and broke the man's jukeboxes. So now that creates a revenue problem. That means someone in the group now has to take down that burden. So we generally need experts in the space to help with the enforcement. Some countries have what they call an IP tribunal that would deal with intellectual property matters. It would help to deal with them swiftly and also technically. Uganda is one of those unlucky ones where we don't. So we have labor courts, we have land courts, we have all these other things where the government thought that these are technical fields and we need specialized justice avenues. Intellectual property, unfortunately, has not yet gotten there. What that means is if you ordinarily have a problem, you'd have to go to the utilities court. It is one of the most painful things as a lawyer. I don't even like to acknowledge it, but it's one of those places. The things that happen there, the stuff of my nightmares. We need some sort of specialized tribunal, which would also assist the court. Remember when tax problems used to be so many? I used to hear about people who used to hide, run from the police, then they ran. Tax had become a problem. But the Tax Appeals Tribunal has really helped also relieve the main courts of all these complaints about taxes. So we believe that one of the challenges we have is that we do not have some sort of specialized administrative justice system that might help. CMO reputation. Broadcasters will be quick to say, Temusa Sula, you people don't pay. But have you thought about the fact that if UPRS has collected 10 million shillings, or let's take an example of UFMI that collected 16 million shillings that year, how did they possibly distribute that money? Do you know how much you can be abused as a collecting society by sending 3,529 shillings to someone's phone and tell them royalties for 2021? It's actually death. So we have to think about those things. So there's CMO reputation that historically they'll say Temusasula, what? But there's so many things that actually interplay with this. And we could say that indeed there might have been historical problems, but I am certain, and I know because I am part of the change process, that the regulator is trying to streamline this process and the sector so as to get us to where we need. And because there's CMO problem reputations, that's why even the royalties are low. You're like, let me give you 500K. It will be enough. After all, you're going to eat it. But it's actually not the thing. That auditing and going by the book is becoming a thing of the now. Sector evaluation versus law evaluation. The advent of technology and the internet is a big challenge. If you just punched in your phone, I didn't even want to put many of the things there, enforcement of copyright in the digital environment or in the internet age, you're going to see all manner of problems. But just think about it. Those days, music and movies used to be on DVDs, on tapes, on DVDs. So you kind of kept track of how many did I had my master, how many did I make, who are my distributors. It was kind of easy to follow the chain and know who has what. With the advent of Netflix, even YouTube and everybody, it's difficult. It's way more difficult. Some other challenges, new distribution channels, I've just talked about those. CMOs need to morph into CMOs of now. And yet, guess what? We're even just trying to be CMOs of yesterday. We've not even perfected being CMOs of yesterday, and yet the trends require us to be the CMOs of the future. So, and deal with Netflix and Spotify. While the French are saying, our biggest payers are Netflix and Spotify, for us we are like, mama, if only NBS would pay, it would be nice. Territorial borders in the virtual world. Philip mentioned that intellectual property is territorial, that your rights will apply in territories. However, with the advent of things like VPN, where someone will be in Uganda, but they are displaying as if they're in Germany, it becomes way more difficult, and the borders of the CMO's enforcement ring. Remember, we said for your certain right in a certain territory, it becomes more difficult, because then how are you going to keep track? The CMO needs to morph into a new thing that manages this fluid internet, and also is undermining the need for reciprocal agreements, because then how will the French know that people in Uganda were consuming if VPN shows that they were in Kazakhstan? The fragmentation of copyrights, because of the digital environment, rights are being split further and further and further and further. Someone will say, no, you have a right to show on the TV here, but you don't have a right to display on the internet. That means you need to get a separate license for that Spotify. So the internet is generally one of the best things, but also one of the bigger pain points we have. What are the takeaways? Growing up, I used to think takeaway meant chips and chicken, but takeaway, it still is, It's still chips and chicken, okay. So what are the points we take away from today? Collective management. In Uganda, it's voluntary, but you agree it's necessary. I don't think you also want to deal with each individual rights holder. If you look at the number of rights holders versus the commercial users, if you decided that that's the method you wanted, we could try, we could give it a test run and say, let's mobilize all rights holders to say, today we are going to KTV and book a day 2. We line up and see what they'll do for us. It just might not, even the police won't allow us under that that act. He said, I didn't want to say the act, I was pretending not to know it. Then there should be a growth curve for the long game. Let's not think about today and the inconvenience and what we're every time you pay, you're relieving yourself of a future inconvenience. That's collective management. Awareness. This is the biggest pain point we have to collective management. There must be informed, positive, and proactive awareness. Informed awareness is you know and you actually know, and you know you are here, we told you, you're not going to pretend you didn't know, you know. Positive is after being here and you know that you know, not saying, anyway, I didn't understand what they said. Mm-hmm. Proactive is, now that you know, do something about it. Let's start by saying, okay, last year I paid 0. This year I'll pay 4. Let's start by, doing something. Then the trends of the demand and supply, why? If we look at the trends, we'll be able to negotiate properly and also valuably. And CMO and regulator engagements, of course, with the users and the owners of the works. Royalties is another takeaway. Value payments by users, because if in the end a CMO must split 7,000 in terms of Uganda shillings, not 700, so 7,000 USD or pound, 1,000 Uganda shillings, as the 70% that they collected 10,000 from you, it's absurd, and they might not be able to give value payments to their people. Tariff license and user-based negotiation, something we need to get in the habit of even approaching the CMOs to say, guys, we've gone about this the long and wrong way. All these years we've been running. Now, let's come to the table. Let's talk about this as men and women. Then, clean and accessible data. Every time you hide your data, you force a CMO to presume and assume things. Like you are, when you don't file tax returns, they look at, how is this person performing? And they'll say, yeah, you owe us 400 million. And then you come, how? How? Do you know how much I even put in as capital? But you didn't file your returns, so they had to just assume. Technology and the internet is both a blessing and a problem. I think the power is off, but that was my last point, technology and the internet. We have to look at the spirit of the law and morality. Don't hide behind the fact that the law has not yet talked about me. You need to know that the spirit and morality is, if you're using it and using it for commercial benefit, pay. Where it's possible, we're going to ask the regulator to be our flag bearer in advancing the law. But also we're going to try and use technology to beat technology. For example, CMOs are going to be forced to, Mr. Batambuze, get the latest technology. Guys, it's by paying that he can get the latest technology. Get the latest technology so that you know who's using what scripts are being used where, and all that. My next slide was saying the end, questions, concerns, comments, and thank you.
Another hand clap for Grace. Grace's presentation is like a doctor's visit. You go with all the worries, but you walk out very happy. I was amazed by the potential that this industry has, which points to something that as the commercial users, do we want to keep stifling these creators? Or do we want, because I'm very sure some of our children will end up there. Isn't it time we give them their due value? But besides that, we ensured that these engagements, we take you through the stages so that you understand better. We took you through what copyright is, the role of the the collective management organization that Grace has just told us about today, the challenges, and the purpose. I personally didn't listen to the challenges. After listening to the potential, I felt it would bias what I think about the industry. What we're going to listen in next is the aspect of enforcement. After you have generated and protected and commercialized, how do you ensure that you pick out your due value? That's when enforcement comes in. We're going to listen to Miriam Nabatanzi, who is the head of enforcement and compliance at the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. She will take us through the aspects of enforcement against piracy in copyright, the practices, and the success stories. Miriam, you're welcome. We'll also have a 30-minute Q&A after her presentation for all the questions that are out there. So to our participants, please note the questions and we'll be able to answer them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing between you and the plenary session, so I'll try and be brief and be gone. So I'm here to walk you through the aspects of enforcement, particularly piracy. My colleagues have taken in depth what amounts to copyright. Now, when it comes to piracy, you need to know that this is a criminal offense. We are basically referring to copying someone's work, and you can tell that you have copied if it is similar to the person who's going to be using that work, or you're using someone's work and there's no authorization from the rights holder. So by way of presentation outline, I will give you an introduction to the enforcement unit that you've heard so much about. We will look at the ingredients of copyright in Uganda. I will share a few success stories, and then we'll look at your role as broadcasters, but also as rights holders, where you create content in the fight against piracy, and then we shall chat a way forward. So by way of enforcement, what the unit basically does is to force you to adhere to the existing laws, regulations, policies, or obligations that may be provided for under the law. So we come in to remind you of your legal obligations, but where there is no goodwill to actually comply with the legal provisions, we'll make sure that we coerce you to do what is required of you. So the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act has some obligations imposed upon you as broadcasters. I'll share those shortly. But also to inform you, we do have an in-house police enforcement unit. We signed an MOU with the Uganda Police Force, and that MOU saw some officers seconded to the Bureau. My colleague Brenda, she's an ASP, she heads the police enforcement unit. So what they basically do is to spearhead the fight against piracy. There's another function they perform. They fight counterfeits. But for purposes of today's meeting, we are looking at piracy because that's what's relevant to copyright. So they have also been designated as copyright inspectors. What this allows them to do is to enter premises, or they can actually make arrests. They can enter premises, seize whatever materials they think are infringing, and the primary objective really is to have the suspects produced in court and the materials exhibited as part of the prosecution case. Now, I would also like to share with you that URSB is one of the few government agencies that actually does prosecute its own cases. The DPP deemed it fit that some of our advocates do prosecute or try these suspects without having to go to the DPP to burden them with a case backlog. So for cases related to piracy, you will find that it's a URSB advocate appearing in court on behalf of the state. They do have that power, and they've exercised it since 2019. In total, we have 5 prosecutors by 2022, and our jurisdiction really, cases are heard at the Buganda Road Magisterial Court. What Grace mentioned, it's called the Standards, Utilities and Wildlife Court. So it's a specialized court. That's where the piracy cases are handled. And then they will go on appeal in the High Court, but the first court of instance happens to be that one. So even when you commit the offense in an area outside Kampala, we will still have to bring you back to town and try you from Buganda Road. This is a replica of what appears in the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act. We have that section which criminalizes that act. Now that law says it is unlawful to publish, distribute, or reproduce copyrighted work or work which is protected. It's also not right to perform it in public. Broadcast is highlighted because that is the target audience for today. So you're not supposed to broadcast this work, music, or reproduce the audiovisual works without authorization. You're not supposed to communicate protected works to the public. You should also not import any devices which facilitate piracy. And if you do so without the authorization or license of the rights holder or their agent, the agents are the CMOs that we've talked about. If you do so without authorization, you have actually violated a law. The criminal sanctions, you will be fined to 100 currency points. 100 currency points is times 20,000. That is 200,000. We all know it is not deterrent, so we rarely ask for fines when we go to court. We will go for the custodial sentences. And the maximum imprisonment is 4 years or both. But we will also want to see that the gadgets that have been used for infringement are destroyed. We don't want a repeat of the same offense. So when we find you as a broadcaster, you have all this equipment, these gadgets, devices that you're using to commit the offense, usually we are going to ask the judicial officer to have those items destroyed. And they are not going to be destroyed at the expense of the state. We are going to destroy them at your expense. And that is usually a punitive cost. When we look at some of the cases we've handled successfully, you will see how this plays out. Now, the test when it comes to piracy offenses, I've said the issue of consent is very important. So if you're dealing in someone's works and you are not legally authorized to do so, or you don't have a license to use that work, there is a problem. You need to Thank you. So you need to, as much as possible, legalize your usage of protected works. And you will find that piracy is not very different from theft. The only difference is that theft, people usually think it relates to tangible property, but even intangible property can be stolen in as far as you use it without the authorization of the creator. Now, today we will look at digital piracy in copyright, because that's the landscape we are tackling today. You will find that from the case studies that I'll share with you, it has become rampant for people to stream content illegally without authorization. You know, this channel, this program, this TV show is exclusively owned by Television XYZ. But you choose to go to the internet because you have maybe the VPNs, you have these access codes and all that, and then you use some software to download those programs, and then you stream them to your various audiences. Now, what this means, the subscribers are not paying the legitimate service providers. They are paying you to use the illegal devices. Are we together? Okay, the faces look worrying. Did I lose you? Okay. Okay, so I'll share with you one case. We have a case of Uganda versus Kevin Owoko. Kevin Owoko was a Kenyan national. He came to town to sell TV boxes. We picked him up from somewhere in Kampala. Now, we charged him for copyright infringement, which is not very similar, which is not very different from piracy. What he was doing, he visited a certain website. It's called Extreme. You need, I think, to subscribe to access it and all that. And then he was downloading so many sports channels. And the unsuspecting public members were buying TV boxes from him. So you would pay a subscription of 50,000, and then 250,000, you would get yourself a box. You would watch all these leagues that exclusively brought to us by SuperSport. You would watch, which games do we watch? Premier League, La Liga, sorry? Chelsea. Okay, you would watch Syria, you would watch Bundesliga and all that at 50,000. So he was doing this without the permission of MultiChoice. You and I both know that they have the license to broadcast these matches in Uganda. So when we went up to trial, he was fined 1.6 million. Of course, he also met the costs of destroying the various TV boxes, but that is not what caused him pain. What caused him pain, he was losing a laptop. I think it was a very expensive laptop. Now, why did we go after the laptop? Because we had proven successfully that he was committing the crime online. Because the link, the website, could only be visited using the laptop. So we had to destroy the laptop at his cost. We went after his mobile phones. Why did we go after his mobile phones? Because he was marketing his illegal business on WhatsApp, and people were sending him mobile money. And finally, we destroyed the TV boxes. I'll show you how the boxes looked like. So the first image on your left, that's the box that you would buy at 250,000, and then you subscribe at 50,000. Now, on your right, you will find his poster. He was offering Ugandans over 300 channels. The sports channels are there. There were also certain restricted channels which are not ordinarily broadcast in Uganda. But all this, the public was not aware of. And he didn't get a custodial sentence because he didn't waste our time. He didn't waste court's time. He pleaded guilty and were able to bargain on the sentence. That's why we went for a monetary fine as opposed to custodial. But on a bad day, if he had said, let's litigate, I think we would have gone for custodial. We have another case. This one I cannot disclose the parties because it's still under investigation. Again, these are also foreign nationals. They run a gaming company in town. So we also charged them for infringement, contrary to Section 46. What happened with these ones? They went and purchased a satellite dish. I think they get it from MultiChoice, right? They buy a dish, right? So that dish permits you to view certain channels in one location. But they had some cable networks that allowed them to broadcast the various channels at their various locations. So if, for example, the dish is stationed at Golden Tulip, I can watch the match from, say, Georgian House, George Street. I don't know how they did it, maybe advanced technologies, but from their branches they could do that. So those are the cables that we picked from some of their premises. That is one of the decoders they purchased properly and then they abused. I hope we'll be able to come back next year and tell you the outcome. But what I'm trying to tell you in a nutshell is that to broadcast whatever content, be it on radio, be it on TV, you need to have authorization. Allow me to boast about our success stories. So this financial year, we've had 56 cases that we've handled. I'm proud to tell you the URSB team has been able to secure 4 convictions, so we don't take piracy lightly. We have 6 cases that are ongoing in court. 18 are under inquiry. Why investigations take long? You can see these are largely cyber crimes. We may not be IT gurus, so we need to co-opt expertise from other institutions. Sometimes we need to rely on the copyright holder because they know their work better than we do. So they will avail us samples and then we can be able to analyze their original work and what they allege to be pirated, and then we'll be able to draw a conclusion. Some files were put away, they didn't have merit, there were only 3. Yeah, we've not had any dismissal. So what I'm trying to tell is that engaging in piracy is becoming risky business. These are your rights. As owners, I had some broadcasters say that they create content. So when you notice that someone is pirating your work, we would advise you as much as possible to complain officially to URSB. We do not investigate oral complaints. So just because you have ASP Brenda's number, you don't call and you say, hey, Brenda, look here, someone is pirating my work, please come in and help. No, we usually want you to reduce your complaint into writing. So your cardinal role is to report these infringements to us. Of course, we would expect you to present evidence of the infringement, so we will not rely on hearsay. So if you know that your work is being pirated, you'd tell us, you would help us identify the suspects, you would tell us where the targets are, but you would also give us evidence. Maybe you purchased something and you have a receipt to beef up your claim. We'll open a case file and investigate it. That's the role of the police officers that do work with us. And then don't stop there. We expect you to cooperate with them. When they call you to come and make a statement, please come. Don't let us chase you around. Help us identify the suspects, because usually the people who come to complain know the people who are infringing on their work and where they are located. So we don't want to go on a fishing expedition, so kindly work with us to identify these people. And then the items that are infringing, sometimes you know the location, so we'll still reach out to you to be able to assist us. Now, when your case files have been prepared, we send them to the DPP for sanctioning, whereas we prosecute, we don't have the authority to sanction our own case files. So once they are sanctioned, that's when we take them to the Standards, Utilities, and Wildlife Court for prosecution. Of course, you become our primary witness. It's not our case. It's not the state's case. It is your case. So we would expect you to testify when called upon. Now, in terms of way forward, we are strengthening partnerships with sister agencies in the fight against piracy. The first stakeholder we've reached out to is URA, particularly the Customs Department, because we know that many of these devices come through the border points. And because URA mans those borders, it's easier for me to seize a consignment at the point of entry than to look for it in the market. So that's how we collaborate with URA. Sometimes we act as their whistleblowers, sometimes the copyright owner can notify them, but the starting point is to be able to stop entry of that consignment because it's likely to be harder to trace it in the Ugandan market. We also work with UNBS because you realize that many of these gadgets, they are used to commit a crime, but they also have quality issues. So we want UNBS to also take interest in the devices that are used for illegal broadcasts. I've already mentioned the relationship with DPP, the supervisors for purposes of prosecution. I've mentioned Uganda Police Force. That's why we have their officers seated with us. And then finally, we have the UCC. We are hoping to work closely with them to streamline this industry and ensure that broadcasts do not go unchecked. People do not pirate other people's work without making the relevant compensation. So colleagues, I will end by saying ignorance of the law is not a defense. I have shared the information. I hope we can be able to do better going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Miriam. If this is how fast you prosecute these cases, then we are sure content creators are protected. Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to move into a Q&A session where all the questions that have been unanswered, all the ones that you've been keeping, can be answered by the same fellows who gave us these presentations. We'll move the microphone around, and please feel free to ask in any language. Everybody who presented here is proficient in Luganda. Grace, are you? And any other language. The other language we could do interpretation. By show of hands, where do we start? The back, the front? Okay, let's start at the front. We can move at the back. You could tell us your name, the broadcasting house, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much. Thank you for protocol. Allow me stand. My name is Obadiah Ismail. I'm the legal counsel for the National Association of Broadcasters. At the same time, I'm the company secretary and the chief of legal and regulatory compliance at Next Media Services as a group. First of all, allow me to thank Uganda Registration Services Bureau and the Uganda Communications Commission for organizing this session. It's very timely, and such engagements are oftentimes encouraged for the betterment of the industry. We as NAB are very committed, like we have always demonstrated, towards ensuring that some of these challenges that have been coming up or that have been pointed out are addressed. Maybe a little brief about NAB before I delve into the question. NAB is a voluntary organization or association, and just like most of the CMOs, we do not force, neither do we, are we permitted by law as a matter of mandate to ensure that every broadcaster belongs to NAB. However, we're a voluntary organization that tries as much as possible to encourage its members and the broadcasters across the country to join. And so far, we believe we're getting to where we want to be. So the questions that arose in respect to the need for legal officers in NAB is a question that NAB is looking at, because we're also in the process of coming up with a permanent secretariat that will have experts and technocrats, because most of the persons in NAB currently, including myself, are acting in voluntary basis. So when you have, like my learned sister said, when you have a main hustle vis-a-vis a part-time hustle, the commitment levels may not be quite the same, but we try our best to address most of these challenges. And key to note is that when we met at Gulu last year, we did commit as NAB through our members to start paying most of these royalties. That's why I did mention to Philip that his list is incomplete, because I showed him some of the licenses that most of our members have paid and are compliant with. They even have certificates as early as this year. So the list is misleading and perhaps incomplete, because it shows that indeed the industry is committing towards paying these royalties. However, it's important to also note that the broadcasting industry is not only commercial based. the regulator will inform you that there are types of licenses. There are those that are commercial in nature, that goes to the commercial broadcasters, and then there are those that are communal in nature, mainly for the religious entities and other public interest, NGO-related kind of broadcasting. And so when you're coming up with the numbers and the figures, when you don't consider that factor, it looks as if the whole industry is not compliant. So some of the financial challenges do affect the industry as well. It is so bad that whenever the financial year comes to an end, out of the commercial broadcasters, it's hardly that you find up to 20% breaking even commercially. That is not an excuse of non-compliance, but it shows that whereas we all want to be compliant, it's also important to note that just like every other industry, the broadcast industry does have challenges as well. But our commitment and emphasis is that let's work with the CMOs, continuously engage, and ensure that some of these questions are brought earlier as opposed to at a point of enforcement only. And so I can gladly say the members of NAB are compliant. Further to state, it's important that whereas the push on the side of the broadcasters to be compliant, let's see accountability visibly, such that when you reach out to NAB and say, look, from your members that you shared with us, and following the last engagements that we had, these are the ones that have paid, and these are the ones that have not paid, we can easily get back to them and say, look, can you comply? And indeed, they have been complying. The only challenge that was recently was because some of the religious broadcasters said they have special arrangements with most of their gospel artists, and the law permits those arrangements in individual basis as opposed to collective. And indeed, it's true that most of these artists do come to the broadcasters, and an artist, for example, can have an album that is coming up, and they enter into arrangement with these broadcasters and say, please promote my shows, I have these concerts, and so on, valued at, if I was to come to you as a broadcaster, perhaps you'll charge me 300 million. Let's swap that up and have a better arrangement where you promote me and you have the right to play my music. And that is permitted under the law. But that cannot be captured in the structure. So it's advisable that we look at it from all those angles. And then just like the right owners, we broadcasters also having challenges with the foreign platforms like YouTube and so on. You find, just like the last presenter stated, most of the shows are being pirated, you know. How do we all try and protect these rights? Because it affects the bottom line. The same way the money we will have made from the shows will affect what we have to pay and all that. We don't find, oftentimes when you raise the complaint, it goes back to the question of technology, question of investigation, 6 months passes and all, until the next complaint. So let's try and approach these challenges from a holistic approach, such that these platforms are regulated as well. Last but not least, you find now there are sites from which the broadcasters buy music or content legally, okay? There are sites like Zip DJ, Bandcamp, Amazon, YouTube, and all that. And they can even tell the broadcaster that in a quarter, your right only permits you to play the song 5 times. So how do we disentangle that kind of purchase and licensing vis-a-vis the traditional CMO approach? So that when we're looking at compliance, we don't just look at the annual royalties paid by the broadcasters, but we also consider those other obligations. Because of their technology, they do monitor across globally. The beauty with technology is that it does not have territorial or jurisdiction limitations. So you find Netflix, for example, or Amazon, or YouTube sending you a notification that you've played the song 3 times, you're only remaining with 2 times in the quarter. You know, but locally, the CMOs don't recognize that purchase. How do we harmonize that and have a middle ground? Then on the adverts comment, most of these adverts actually are produced by these broadcast houses, and you find the artists or the content creators that are included in the adverts are paid for that advert. And in the contract or in the agreement, there are provisions of IP where both parties acknowledge that since you've paid me for everything, apart from the moral rights, which is provided by the law, the economic rights are mine. And so I own that content. You know, but when you look at it from the general perspective, that point ceases. So yes, we are committed, and we shall continuously labor to convince our members to pay these royalties, but let's try and be considerate and look at it from a collective approach. And we call upon the CMOs to often try as much as possible to give us these notifications so that we engage our members. But as far as I'm concerned, the members are paying, and we shall continue to pay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Obadiah. Before you sit, just one more question. From Gracie's presentation, there were only 15 television stations and I think 16 radio stations. Please tell us about the membership of NAB.
Currently, NAB is about, the administrator is there, Natasha. She'll confirm, but we're about 70-something members, but the ones that also, because we also have annual subscription, should be at about 50 or something that we keep on updating. And the last time I checked, about 17 of the active 30-something had already paid, okay? And I was showing some of the licenses to Philip, and that's the point. The ones that weren't paying were from the religious sect, and we were engaging UPRS with the questions that they were raising, because they are not commercial broadcasters. They are community-based broadcasters, mainly registered as NGOs and public limited by guarantee. So the question from them is, considering the service we render to the public and the nature of our business that is non-profit making, how do we capture our arrangements with our own religious singers and the arrangements we have vis-a-vis the general structure? But UCC, the regulator, met them and insisted that because of the general objective, let's find a middle ground towards that. But for the general, for the rest of the members, there's commitment, and I believe UPRS has reached to most of them, and the same is being paid. Now, when it comes to film, broadcasters like NBS that you're watching Chadala from, they have agreements with Richer Hand, where about 300 million was the consideration. So it may be easy to look at it from out and think maybe there's no royalty, yet in reality, there's an execution and inter-party agreements. So that's the technicality around it.
Thank you, Obadiah. Yeah. That's very insightful. To make it easy, I'm going to alert our presenters to come to the front because it's easy to put them in the spotlight.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So I'll ask Miriam Nabatanzi, Grace Nakabgo, Philip Kalibala, Medi Kagwa, as well as Mr. Gilbert Agawa. These chairs are set for you.
Thank you. I think as my colleagues are coming in, first of all, I need to respond to Obadiah. First of all, for us as the regulator, we are very happy and excited to hear news that your members have been compliant. You know, that is really exciting. That is something we can write about. And like I was telling you briefly in our brief discussion, that for us, Uganda, we have a right to be proud and happy, because usually when we go and we share this information within our regional blocks, you know, people keep quiet and listen to us, how far we've gone. You know, so it's something to be proud of. But one thing I'm saying is that in as far as the way information moves, I think right now we are going to, and first of all, I'm really very sorry if the information here has come out wrongly and affected some people. But the way the information moves, our primary source is the CMO. If the CMO declares that these are the compliant people, those will be the compliant. If the CMO gives us information that is not accurate, it still sticks us to that.
Okay, we cannot go behind them because the users directly deal with the CMOs. So I think we all have to push for accurate information in the sector because it helps us. These are the statistics that we collect and then use. Okay, so thank you for that. I also want to mention another issue, and I think this one is deeper intellectual property. It's very technical, and it requires expertise. And I think here I'm going to make a position. My colleague Grace will have something to say, and maybe the other experts, Gilbert. And on the issue, you've talked about dealing with foreign entities or individuals directly. Like I had informed you, when it comes to exploitation of IP, if this economics is being structured under intellectual property and not any other economic systems, then foreigners do not have a right to determine how we should consume our intellectual property. I remember previously we had a discussion which was led by the French embassy, and this guy mentioned something that I picked up. He said, our CMOs license Netflix. And for me, I think that is what it should have been from the beginning as a principle. UFMI here has an obligation to license Netflix. If Netflix is operating, it is publicly broadcasting in our market. The advantage and the equity with intellectual property is that it gives us rights to develop our own economics and our own content and determine how things are done in our market. Okay? So other people can't bring rules, because someone is going to come with their own tariff system. They're going to come with their own consumption system. They're going to come with their own standards of the way they approach intellectual property in their market, and they will come directly and impose it on us. So what we have to do is to localize. That is the reason why we have to build local intellectual property systems here, so that we can localize. We have a right to practice territoriality of IP. We have a right. Otherwise, if we do not do that, we shall suffer the exploitation that IP is trying to protect us from. We shall expose ourselves to exploitation. Netflix coming here, setting its own tariffs, setting its own what, and then you're dealing with it directly, and then the money is repatriated. It's not even channeled within our own system. So unless principally there is, but there I'm speaking of an intellectual property principle and exploiting content under the intellectual property system. Just like NBS cannot license in Kenya, it can't license in Zimbabwe. Our CMO here can't directly license, say, in Nigeria, South Africa, or Malawi. They have to use the systems there through agency. And I think here we have to do the same too. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a set of questions and then we answer those and then move on.
Thank you. My name is Anton William Wanyutu, the General Secretary of the Rural Broadcasters Association and the Executive Member for NAB for Eastern Region. Obadiah has clearly explained to us about NAB, but RUBA is a member association that represents over 200 radio stations. That's what we must note. Why are we here? We as broadcasters have a relationship with the musicians and the artists. That one we should clearly note, that we have a relationship with these musicians. We build them to where they are to now attract URSB to come with copyrights. But the question is, RUBA has been writing to URSB, we wrote to UCC. We don't get any reply from URSB. UCC will get back to us. Is it because of the word rural that you ignore us? We are a very big player in the industry. If you did a background check of the owners of the radio stations, you will know who we are. We are investors in this industry. Once we understand the ecosystem, we shall move away from threats. We shall take this, we shall do this. No, we are all investors. We wrote to URSB. Rural broadcasters are willing to pay the royalties. We said, give us the list of the copyright. Who are these people who have copyrighted? To copyright a song is about 6 million shillings. What you have done, you have created the impression with these young artists that you sing a song, you'll get royalties. how will they get the royalties? They are causing problems with the CMOs that we have paid our subscription, pay us. They can't be paid because we are investors. The little money we spend, we must know where it's going. We wrote several times. The response we got, a regulator says go to UPRS to get the list. It's like UCC saying go to RUBA and get the list. We are not. You are the people who keep the copyright. Share that. You will see all the members of RUBA paying these royalties. Let's move away from the stick. Let's use the carrot. Communicate, engage. Engage, engage, engage. Don't just get few people you say they have committed, we are going to pay. Engage us. Listen to us. We can't write, you don't respond. Our regulator is happy with us because we are doing what he has requested us to do, and soon he will be collecting the 2% from us, but we are still negotiating with him. He knows we're a big stakeholder in this industry. We are the ones who promote the music. They go to Spotify, they go to YouTube and others that are monetized. If we understand the ecosystem, things will work out. I would like to ask, if Wako, that person they got, had paid the 2.8 million, will he be arrested? Is it an open check that I can now run anything? Or URSB will commit to us that if you pay this, you are now open to run anything. That's the commitment we want from you. What happens if I pay the CMO and the artist comes back to me, says, no, me, I've never earned any money? What happens? So my request to URSB, do your mandate, tell the artists to register copyrights first. Then you come. Don't jump the horse. You say we got broadcasters because UCC has a list of 300 members. You sit down and say 300 times the 2 million, we shall get this money. There are many things in the ecosystem. Understand it. Talk to us. We shall pay the royalties. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anthony.
Hello, how are you today? My name is Mutebi Andre Elvis. I'm the president of Uganda Film Producers Association. Just a quick note. You've talked about Mr. Kalibala Philip. You talked about CMOs getting involved in collecting royalties from Netflix. How will that really help a film producer? Because when I'm beginning the film journey, I don't envision my distribution to take on a CMO as a partner in that case. So I don't know how that comes in, because film distribution takes on so many different forms after the film has been done. So I don't know how a CMO would help me as a film producer and probably stop me from getting a very good deal from Netflix. And judging from the fact that we don't trust so many CMOs here, they're not very, they're uniquely, they don't really give out so much what's going on in the office. I don't know why. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Steve. My name is Emmanuel Mlondo, also known as Emma Carlos. I'm a talent booking agent, content creator, and an arts administrator at NCF. Mine is just a point of information. I would like to thank and congratulate URSB and UCC for the journey that has led to this important workshop. We're all quite sure it's been deliberate and very painful journey. Just to take you back, NCF, National Culture Forum, for the partners I've seen here, Senior Mandev, Anko Nyoto, Obadia. National Culture Forum is the apex body for all associations within the industry, and we have had a deliberate campaign to align copyright in so many other key demands. So for us as National Cultural Forum to have such a workshop where there's URSB, where there's UCC, the CMOs and the broadcasters, it's a plus on our side, and I would like a hand clap for that. In the presence, I have my Vice Chairman, Mr. Ratambuze, and I would like to send my apologies from my Chairman, Daniel Kazura, that is not available. The President, outgoing, UMA, which is Uganda Musicians Association, and the General Secretary are out campaigning, but they were supposed to be here. But when Emma Carlos is here, the industry is represented 200%. Thank you very much. As I conclude, I would just like to highlight our mandate as National Culture Forum. We advocate and lobby for our members. So in the ecosystem, it's our responsibility to coordinate. Is URSB doing its job as a custodian of copyright? Is UCC, as a regulator of broadcasters who are the main users of our works, doing its part? Which I'm glad it's being done. Are the CMOs, like my senior friend here said, are CMOs transparent? Are CMOs accountable? Are CMOs doing collection? And for this note, we are coming for UPRS. Something is lacking of late. For any entity to play their part, a role. So for us as NCF, we find the mechanics very easy. I mean, the law is there. The creators of the work are there. You're using them for commercial gains. I had a candid discussion with Wanyoto. Wanyoto is one of the people who mentored me into the industry. He told me on principle we have not refused to pay, but let URSB and UCC sensitize us as we go slowly. Put back the stick, then first sensitize us as we go slowly. At least there's a principle from Obadia and Wanyoto that we need to comply and pay. So for us, it's a very encouraging journey. Even if it takes us 10 years, copyright needs to work in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mlondo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know that is good afternoon. Today I'm not going to talk much because the General Secretary has talked everything. Just I want to add something small. Anyway, my name is Julius Tumsime, and I'm a chairman of Rural Broadcasters Association. And the owner of one of the owners of Radio Shane and Family Television. As already communicated, us as RUBA, we are ready to work with you and encourage our members to pay, but we want those questions answered. Maybe, anyway, before I go, I want to thank people from URSB for your good communication, apart from the last communication, it was so intimidating. We want those questions answered. And a question I have, okay, you are telling us to pay 1.8. If we pay that money, are we allowed to play all the music in the world, to use that content in the world? If yes, can you commit something in writing and say you are free to play the whole music in the world? Otherwise, thank you very much for this engagement. UCC, thank you very much. God bless you. We shall do what you want, provided you are not intimidated.
Thank you. Allow me to move to the back. I'll come to you.
Next time I will sit in front. People at the back are not normally looked at. Yeah, thank you, URSB and UCC for this workshop. It's very good for us as broadcasters. Someone is saying that the faith-based media houses have not paid. Salt Media is paid up. We did pay. But I've got a question for Miriam Nabatanzi, Madam Miriam Nabatanzi, because she gave us examples. I think in law, that's what they call locus classicus. The case is properly executed. My question is, isn't 1.6 million too low? Is it punitive enough for a rich man who's been selling decoders at 250,000 and has been running business in the capital city, and then you charge him 1.5 plus his laptop and phone? And do you think the one who was chasing them felt happy that it happened? Do you think it would prevent others from engaging? I was talking to a colleague working in one of the newspapers in Kampala, asking him, don't you fear those scary headlines? And he told me, we make calculations. If we say the money we are offending shall ask for 50 million and we are going to sell 150, we go ahead with the story. Plainly as that. Do you think someone will fear infringing on our copyright in Kampala, engaging in piracy, when the case you are giving as an example paid only 1.6? And did this 1.6 go to DSTV or to government? Thank you so much.
Very interesting question, Mr. Senko.
Thank you so much. My name is Katongole Dennis Omtongole. I work with Capital Radio and Beat FM as a programs director. I have like 3 observations or questions that will go to the panel up there. One, there's something you talked about. Payment and radio stations trying to make sure that they do they do their payments for TV to UPRS. You said that it's only 8 that paid and 46 did not pay. Then when it came to radio, you said 16 paid and 183 did not pay. So what is going to happen to these ones that did not pay? We are going to be like that for the next, I don't know how, 100 years? They are not going to pay. Others will always be paying for them. Do we have the law here, or we don't have it? Because when I looked at the madam, she looked very tough when she was still working with UPRS. But now when you move to URSB, you're not tough anymore. So that means these people are not going to pay, because when you brought out the statistics of payment, I saw Capital Radio coming up #1 as in those 24 stations that are paying well. So I'm happy for that. But then what about others that are not paying? Are we only looking at them like that? Because a gentleman there, a big man there is complaining that you are not helping them to pay. We are only looking at them. So another issue was about copyright going to some of the content that we air on radio. There is time, years have passed when Capital Radio and Beat FM were called up in Parliament for issues of herbalists on air. That was UCC and then Parliament. I was there with my bosses, and then we discussed so many things, and then somehow we managed to get off herbalists from these stations. But now when you look at it right now, Capital Radio and Beat FM is very compliant. We are not having that anymore in our content. But then there are stations that have been there doing that for all the years that we moved out of those meetings. They've been there doing that. So what I'm asking, did these people get copyright for herbalists, and so then they are safe? You understand? It beats my mind. I mean, kikanchogere mu Luganda. BTFM wajigano mulogo. Fete tugenda kuzzaako balogo. Naye ate waliwo alina abalogo ye. Kwegamba ye akikola atya. Wakuba wa gavumenti kiki kiri awo sikitegeera oba waliwo politics. Kyatulema okutegeera. Fete tugenda kuddayo eyo kuba tebikyatugasa. Naye twewuunya. Beats our understanding. So I was asking, amateeka gaffe ge tuyina mu UCC mulimu ge gakwatako ebyana n'otwana n'abaana n'agaana. There is that. So maybe I was requesting if you can throw more light on that, so that gye tugenda yonna mu copyright eno yonna gye tulimu kijja tuyambako. Maybe n'ekisembayo is about artists. Twandisabye ffe nga radio station ezisobola okusasula eziteekayo akasente akaba artists, ne mutubuulirako ko ba artists abo bemuwa ku ssente. Kwa tetubamanyi, we don't know these artists, and yet we play their music, but the artists are singing the same song every day. Copyright law, tetufuna sente, but then there are stations that are paying money. Artists muzanye nyimba zaabwe, gomanyi muteekayo akasente, naye artist ate yakulaga tafuna sente. So what is going on? In Runyankole is saying, how do they say?
Okay, let's take these last two questions and allow our panelists to give us.
Thank you, participants, for being here. My name is Tiawa Charles. I'm the General Secretary, Uganda Film Association. Uganda Film Association is the umbrella body for the film sector, which is constituted by film guilds and trade associations in the industry. We did that to put up a coordination a network for the sector so that it advances. Now, my concern is, as the UFA, we have an obligation to see that our market, the local market, grows, and there are things that are deterring it to move forward, which we have already in the laws that exist, much as we need more modifications in the laws that we have, but there are some things that we have in the laws that we can work with right now. Like when it comes to matters of copyright, Mr. Karibala, first and foremost, thank you for organizing this. Before I go to Mr. Karibala, I should go to Mr. Midi of UCC about, because this song has been sung for several times, of local content quotas. But the local content quota is coming up as a standard. It's not provided for in the policy. Because if it was a policy, you wouldn't see people using content that don't follow in the content quota. Because it's a policy, it is in the policy. So for me, I'm urging UCC, our friends, UCC, to put the local content quota in the policy so that when a television station, because much as of work is dealt with the television stations, when a television station is being licensed, there is a requirement of the content quota. So let me go to Mr. Karibala. We are affected by the content that comes here on our market. It's foreign content. It comes here on our market, and it is turned into local content. When these people translate it, they say, this is in Uganda, this is local content. So, Mr. Karibala, under the law, there is where a broadcaster is obligated to have a license to translate. And when you translate, that work is supposed to be only on television, because the license stipulates it that where you're going to use it in your television. But this content ends up in the cinemas, not the cinemas, because the cinemas are more, but in the video halls, because it's also our market, it goes all in the distribution network. So Mr. Karibala, you will check that law, you will check where these broadcasters, that is in your office, these broadcasters are supposed, in section 19, they're supposed to have a license to translate so that we protect our market. The last one. Let's not put the laws aside and come into this negotiation of, let me help you. Because what we have seen with the local broadcasters here, they want to help you to deal in your film. No, we are selling our films to MultChoice. Of course, actually, I supplied my films there. But it's, the submission, the business transaction is smooth because they are open. They know they are doing business. Here, these people they are helping us. They're not helping us. If the laws were working, then they would have looked for content. But because the regulators are reluctant, and because I don't know why, they are helping us. So I will not dig much into the things we have talked about for some good time. I wish to thank you for organizing this, and we keep moving forward.
Thank you, Sebo. Allow us to take one last question and we close the Q&A.
Thank you very much. Kakande Edward, Council for Christianity Focus Center, that is Kingdom FM and KTV. In my observation, I have noticed that the regulator and URPS are doing more of threats than helping. My humble request, that should stop. Let them do less of threats and be more welcoming, ready to serve. The other point is the regulators should notice or take note that the broadcasters are more organized than even the SMOs. Buy a leaf from them. Buy a leaf from them. Other than threatening them, they will tell you a lot that happens. Please, in trying to promote IP, do not, at the end of the day, break it. Talk to them. They will let you know, so that we move together. Other than breaking it at the end of the day, we shall have achieved nothing. The other is, let the regulator, specifically I'll go to URPS, know exactly how the broadcasters make money. Don't look at the entire earning they make and you think it all comes from a particular, let me say music. Please, go sit down with them, know, so that you make good statistics. Not those that are convincing, but they're not the actual statistics. Please, I would request that you take note of that. Specifically for you, UPRS and the regulators, you do not voluntarily give information. And that is where the problem is. Please give information. Someone tells you, I'm demanding for music abroad. You tell them, please give us a copy of the agreement you have. Nobody can avail it. So we do not know whether you're trying to get money from these people illegally or in actual sense, there is a reality in what you're doing. Please be transparent, be open to this. To the broadcasters, they are ready. They are very ready to work with you. but be more transparent. The other question is, also note and consider that some of the broadcasters are right holders. Sit down with them, know where they are the right holders, so that they are part of the UPRS as right holders. Don't move to them as if they're only users that you need to get money from. The transparency and cleaning up, please, please, please clean up UPRS. If it has failed, register another body. Don't waste our time. They have taken so long to clean up, and that is where the whole mess is. So it is our humble request as broadcasters, we are ready to cooperate, we are ready to pay this money, but a lot is still desiring from your side. Please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Roger, I'll allow you 1 minute and then we close it.
To be less than a minute, thank you very much. Just very quickly, mine is not really a question. I just want to bring out a few things. First of all, thank you very much for organizing this workshop. It is very good to bring stakeholders here because a lot of unanswered questions have been answered. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that the CMO is going to be a one-stop shop for anything copyright related, especially for people in our industry, correct? If that is correct, I'd like to give the example of, because it will save us from a situation, I'd like to give a personal example, where I wanted to play a song from a very popular TV series called Sanyu Sanyu Kwagala. And when I contacted, I was told, go to MultiChoice, then I was told to go to Nabwiso Films, then I was sent to Kenneth Mugabe, who was the vocalist on there. I don't know whether he's... So I really did not know who owns the song. But now if there's a CMO, I'd rather pay the CMO and play the song. I hope I don't know whether that makes sense, if it's a one-stop shop. Secondly, I think in this engagement, we also need to look at the new dimension. One of the things that, please allow me to call you Council Grace, right? Yes, Council Grace highlighted the creative industry that which is, IP is really the future of the next generation and generations to come. One of the people we are ignoring, and they are the biggest content creators currently, are social media people. So you will see social media TVs, TikTok, especially for music. TikTok has become the place for the highest piracy and also the highest creativity. I don't know how that is going to be put in check, because many times you find people being tempted to pick content and bring it on there. I'm sure most of you are in some WhatsApp group and you've come across maybe somebody saying, Ogo Muna Nancy. That's someone's content. The person who recorded it originally is also probably wondering, why did they record me? Who do I? But the thing has gone viral and there's no footprint to the origin of who actually recorded this person. Did they have permission? They're making overnight celebrities. Some of the things may have to be addressed. I don't know how you are going to handle it, but yeah, speaking futuristically now. The other people I think we need to look at are also the so-called influencers. This is a place of so much abuse in terms of content. Just yesterday we had Eid, the other day we had Eid. And you see companies struggling because now, whether you're broadcast or whatever, you still have a social media platform. So you can't dodge posting something on social media. Someone invests money, gets an art creative person to design a nice ED message, and someone crops out the company and then they send it around. Same artwork, they send it around, but with their company name, or we wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy Easter, and the artwork was done by somebody else. I mean, some of these things, much as we're looking at just broadcasting, we may need to visit them since they also affect us, directly or indirectly. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Roger. That marks the end of the questions. Let's allow our panelists give us the responses. Okay, we'll begin with Miriam Nabatanzi before we move to Grace and then Philip.
Thank you very much. Mine were, I think, two. The first one came in from Salt Media TV, and he was asking if 1.6 is not on the low side. I did concede in my presentation that the monetary fine is not deterrent, and that's why we desist from asking for fines when we go to court. We usually go for custodial sentences because we believe they are more prohibitive. When you think about going to jail for 4 years, you think twice before doing the wrong thing. That gentleman, we settled for 1.6, I mentioned because he didn't waste our time, and he had done some time on remand. So it's not like he didn't go to jail at all. He went on remand, and when he came to court, he decided to plead guilty. So those were some of the factors that mitigated his sentence. The other one, I think there were more of comments that we are using threats. Colleagues, crime is crime, and we are not going to condone it. There is a rights holder behind this work that you are benefiting from. And all we are saying, can you reach an agreement with the copyright owner or with the CMO? Once you give us evidence that you have a contract, you have an understanding, you have a license, we are not going to disrupt your business. But we don't go to these various stations to enforce out of our own volition. People approach us. We have 2 TV stations that we are investigating. Someone out there approached them, and the irony is that the people usually reach out to you to arrive at some kind of consensus, and they are ignored. Even when you record the statements, the broadcasters do not feign ignorance. They know that what they are doing is criminal, but they think they can get away with it. And we are saying it's about time we did the right thing, and the law mandates us to do that. So kindly don't discard them as threats. We just didn't want to ambush you. We are only saying, can we clean our house going forward? So that when you see the men and women in uniform, you do not say you are not aware that you're breaking the law. That's all we are saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. I have a booklet of things. I hope I'll get through them. There was a first one. I think one that came out of, this is actually not the beginning. This is the beginning. Faith-based organizations and the claim that they are not money-making. There's a case, I don't know if you heard about it, Angela Katatumba versus, it was an NGO, the Action for Environment something.